Liao Zhai Rap, produced by Liang Gu. Volume 1, Testing the City God. The ancestor of my sister-in-law, Song Gong, was taboo and born in the city. One day when I was sick and lying down, I saw an official coming with a white horse and a white horse, saying, "Please go to the test." The official said, "Wen Zong has not come yet, how can he take the exam all of a sudden?" The official didn't say anything, but urged him. Gong Libing rode away on horseback. The road was very unfamiliar, and he arrived at a city wall, which was like the capital of a king. When he moved to the palace, he entered the mansion. The palace was magnificent. There were more than 10 officials sitting on it, but no one knew who it was. Only Guan Zhuangmiao can be recognized. There are 2 piers and 2 piers under the eaves. There is a scholar sitting at the end, and the public stool and raglan. There are notes on each table. The Russian question paper flew down, and there were 8 characters on it, and it said, "One person and 2 people, intentional or not." The 2 official documents are completed and presented to the palace. There is a saying in the official document, "If you have the intention to do good, you will not be rewarded even if it is good. If you do not have the intention to do evil, you will not be punished even if you are evil." The gods praised him endlessly. The Duke of Zhao came to the court and ordered, "Hunan is short of a city god, and you should call him to his post." Gong Feng understood. He paused and cried and said, "How dare you say more words when you are insulting your favor? But my mother is 70 years old and has no one to support her. Please stay with her for the rest of her life, but she can only be accepted. The one who put up the emperor's statue is Mingji's mother's longevity record." A long-bearded official flipped through the book and said, "There are 9 years in Yang." While we were hesitating together, Emperor Guan said, "We might as well ask Zhang Sheng to photograph the seal scripts for 9 years, and we can alternate between them." Nai said to the public, "I should take office immediately. In order to show my benevolence and filial piety, I will give you 9 years' leave. We will call you again in due course." He also encouraged the scholar to say a few words. The 2 princes raised their heads and came down together. The scholar shook hands and sent him to the countryside, talking to himself about Changshanzhang. "I wrote a poem to say goodbye, but I forgot about the lyrics. There is a sentence in it, 'Spring is always there with flowers and wine, and the night is bright without candles and lights.'" As soon as the Duke was writing, he said goodbye and left. When he arrived inside, he felt as if he was trapped in a dream. 3 days after his death, my mother heard the groaning in the coffin and helped her out. After half a day, she could only speak. Asked about Changshan, it turned out that Zhang was born and died on that day. 9 years later, the mother died. After the camp and burial were completed, Huanzhua entered the house and disappeared. His concubine lived in the west gate of the city. Suddenly he saw the public wearing red flags and riding horses in large numbers. "Go to the hall and bow down." We were all surprised and doubtful, not knowing that he was a god. We rushed to the countryside to inquire about him, but he was already dead. It is a public autobiographical biography, but it is a pity that it did not survive after the chaos, so I will briefly mention it here. Volume 1. The Person in the Ear. Tan Jinxian was born in the city. Believe in the art of guidance. The cold and heat will not stop. If you travel for a few months, you will gain something. One day, he was sitting down and heard a whisper in his ears like a fly, saying, "You can see it." When he opened his eyes, he stopped hearing it. When he closed his eyes and took a steady breath, he heard it again as before. It is said that the elixir is about to be completed, and I am secretly happy. I hear it every time I sit down, because I have to wait for him to speak again. You should look at it. Another day. Nai Wei responded and said, "You can see it." He felt like there was something coming out of his ears. Looking at it slightly, the little man is about 3 inches long, with a sinister appearance, like a yiksha, spinning on the ground. The heart is different. Keep your eyes open to watch the changes. Suddenly a neighbor knocks on the door and calls out. When the villain heard this, he became very excited and walked around the house like a mouse lost in its burrow. Tan Ju lost his soul and no longer knew where the villain was. Then he got the disease. He kept screaming and took medicine for half a year, but he gradually recovered. Volume 1. Corpse Transformation. A certain man named Yang Xin was from Caidian in the city. 5 or 6 miles from the village to the city, the father and his son set up a roadside inn to conduct business. There were several cart drivers going back and forth carrying peddlers. He often lives in his home. One night at dusk, 4 people came together and looked at the door to check in. The Wang family's residence was full of guests. The 4-person plan is hopeless, so please tolerate it. Wang pondered, thinking about a place, as if he was afraid that he would not be treated like a guest. Guest words. But if you want a seat in Xiaoyu, you don't dare to choose. At that time, Wang's wife had just died. In the morgue, his son had gone out to buy wood and had not returned. The room where Wang's spirit was found was quiet, so he walked through the thoroughfare to guide the guests. Entering his cottage, the lights were dim and the table was put on the table. There was a tent set up behind the case. Clothes and paper quilts cover the deceased. Looking at the sleeping quarters, there are even couches in the compound room. The 4 guests were quite tired from running around. As soon as they took a pillow, their breathing became thicker. The only guest was still in a hazy state. He suddenly heard the sound of checking on the bed and opened his eyes hurriedly. Then the light in front of the soul shines brightly. The female body has been uncovered. Go down and gradually enter the bedroom. The face is pale golden, and the forehead is wiped with raw silk. He leaned close to the couch and blew the wind all over the sleeping guest. The guest is greatly frightened, fearing that he will be attacked and be decapitated. Hold your breath and swallow to listen. Not long after the female fruit came, she blew it like a guest. When I went out of the room, I heard the sound of paper quilts. When I took a peek, I saw that he was still lying stiffly. The guests were so frightened that they did not dare to say anything, and they secretly trampled all the guests with their feet. But all the guests never moved. If you don't have any plans, you might as well put on your clothes and run away. Then he stood up and shook his clothes, and the sound of checking came again. The guest is afraid of being ambushed again, so he shrinks his head into his quilt. When Ju came back, she continued to blow for several seconds before leaving. After a while, I heard the sound of the coffin bed. I know he is lying down again. Then he gradually took out the pants from under the quilt, caught them in a flash, and ran out with his white feet. The corpses are also rising, as if they are about to drive away the guests. Compared with his leaving the curtain, the guest has already pulled out the curtain and left. Corpses follow. Guests rush and hail. There are no police officers in the village. He wanted to knock on the master's door, but he was afraid that he would be late, so he looked towards the city road and ran away as hard as he could. When I arrived at the eastern suburbs, I caught a glimpse of Lon Roa and heard the sound of wooden fish, so I rushed to the mountain gate. The Taoist was very surprised, but he didn't accept it immediately. The corpse of the rotating heel has arrived, and the body is full of feet. It will be very embarrassing for the guests. There are white poplars outside the door, about 4 or 5 feet around, because they are blocked by trees. If he is on the right, he should be on the left, and if he is on the left, he should be on the right. The corpse becomes angry. But everyone is tired. The corpse suddenly stood up, and the guest sweated and caused the chi to reverse. Between the trees. The corpse suddenly rose up, and he stretched out his arms to pounce on it through the tree. The guest is startled. The corpse couldn't be caught, it hugged the tree and froze. The Taoist eavesdropped for a long time without making any sound, then gradually came out and saw the guest lying on the ground. The death of Candle. However, I felt a little angry in my heart. Go in and wake up all night long. Drink the soup and ask questions, and the guests will respond with their appearance. At that time, the morning bell was gone and the dawn was dim. When the Taoist looked up at the tree, he saw the stiff girl and was horrified. Report to the governor of the city, and the chief will be inspected by his relatives. Make people pull out the woman's hand and make it impossible to open it. When looking at it, the 4 fingers on the left and right are curled together like hooks, inserted into the wood without armor. It took several people to pull it out, but it was able to be removed. Looking at the finger points, they look like drilling holes. When soldiers were sent to visit Wang's family, they would be killed as corpses. There was an uproar one after another. Because the servant informed him, Wang Nai left and returned with his corpse. The guest wept and told the Prime Minister, 4 people have left, and now one has returned. How can we trust this feeling in the countryside? The Prime Minister gave him an ultimatum and sent him back home. There was an uproar one after another. Because the servant informed him, Wang Nai left and returned with his corpse. The guest wept and told the Prime Minister, 4 people have left, and now one has returned. How can we trust this feeling in the countryside? The Prime Minister gave him an ultimatum and sent him back home. Volume 1, Squirt. When Mr. Song Yushu in Liang was a minister, his rank was in a state of decline. One night, 2 maidservants were sleeping in the hall with the madam. They heard a splashing sound in the courtyard, like a seamstress spraying water. The madam urged her maid to get up and peek through the window. I saw an old woman with a short body and a hunched back, white hair like a broom, and a crown about 2 feet long. She was walking around the courtyard, her harp was flying rapidly, and she was spraying water endlessly. The maid turned pale in astonishment, and the madam was also startled. The 2 maids gathered under the window to watch. The woman suddenly pressed against the window and sprayed directly into the lattice. The window paper burst and all 3 of them fell down, but the family did not know it. As soon as the eastern twilight comes, the family members gather together, and when there is no answer at the door, they are horrified. Prying the door open, one finds a master and 2 maids dead in a room. A maid's diaphragm was still warm, so I helped her and irrigated her. When she woke up, she described what she saw. When the husband arrived, he was so sad and angry that he wanted to die. There is no place to dig, more than 3 feet deep, and the hair gradually turns white. He dug it up again and found a corpse as seen, with a face as fat and swollen as life. If you hit it, the bones and flesh will be rotten, and the skin will be drained of water. Volume 1 Tongrenyu. Fong Dong, a scholar from Chang'an, was famous for his talents, but he was arrogant and did not uphold his etiquette. Every time I see a wandering girl on the street, she always wears a frivolous tail. One day before the Qingming festival, I walked to Jiaogua. Seeing a small car, Zhu Fuxiu is wearing a blue robe that has been worn by several generations. There was a maidservant riding on a small horse, with a very beautiful face. Looking a little closer, I saw that the curtain of the carriage was open, and there were 28 girls sitting inside. The red makeup is gorgeous, something I have never seen before. My eyes are dazzled, my eyes are wandering, and I am in love with Fuxia, either before or after, and I drive for several miles. Suddenly I heard the girl calling her maid to come to the side of the car and said, "Hold the curtain for me. Where is the crazy man who keeps coming to take a look?" The maid went down from behind the curtain and said angrily to Sheng, "The bride of the 7th son of Furong City is returning to Ning. She is not the wife of the same farmhouse. She is looking down upon the scholar." After saying this, she pulled the soil and raised her life. I can't open my eyes. Just took a look. But the chariots and horses are gone. Returning with surprise and suspicion, I feel that my eyes are not happy at the end. If a beautiful woman opens my eyelids and looks around, a small nebula will appear on the eye. After a long period of time, the tears will not stop. The nebula will gradually become larger and thicker than money in a few days. A spiral will appear in the right eye. All medicines are ineffective. I was so depressed that I felt like repenting. Hearing that the Guangming Sutra can relieve misfortune, he held a scroll and asked others to recite it. I was still irritable at first, but gradually became more at ease. There is nothing to do in the evening, so I just sit down and twist beads. If you persist for 1 year, all the conditions will be pure. Suddenly I heard a whisper in my left eye, like a fly, saying, "It's like black paint, it's too bad to kill people." In my right eye, I responded, "You can travel with Shaozhua to get rid of this stuffy air." Gradually, I felt a crawling itching in both noses, as if something was coming out, and it was like a fly. Go through the hole. It will take a long time to return. Return from the nose to the orbit. He also said, if I don't peek into the garden pavilion for a long time, the pearl orchid will suddenly wither and die. Xingsu likes fragrant orchids, and they plant many in the garden. They irrigate themselves every day, and they become blind and leave them alone for a long time. Suddenly I heard this. I suddenly asked my wife why Orchid died of haggardness. The wife asked him what he knew. Because of the warning. My wife came to examine it and found that the flowers and fruits were withered and very different. I hid quietly in the room to wait for it, and saw a small person, born and coming out of the nose, no bigger than a bean. Yingyi Ingren went out, fading away and getting lost. He returned with his arms and flew above, like a wasp and an ant throwing themselves into their burrows. So for 2 or 3 days. I also heard Zui Yan say, the tunnel is tortuous, and it is very inconvenient to go back. It is better to open the door yourself. Yuing said. I have thick walls and it's not easy. Zua said, I'll try it out, and I'll be able to agree with you. Then I felt that the left orbit was hidden inside, as if scratched. After a while, I opened my eyes and saw several things. I was happy to tell my wife, and when she examined it, the fat film broke through the orifice, and the eyes were black and shiny, like split peppers. After one night, all the veils disappear. If you look closely, you will see double pupils. But the spiral in the right eye remains the same. It turns out that the 2 pupils live together in the same orbit. Although we have one single eye in life, it is much different than having 2 eyes. This is beneficial to self-examination. The village is called Xingdian. Isher said, there was a scholar in the village, and 2 friends were traveling together. He saw a young woman controlling a donkey in front of her in the distance. She playfully chanted, there is a beauty here. Guorio said, drive her away. They looked at each other and laughed. Russia catches up. But his daughter-in-law was so frightened and depressed that she fell silent. Friends who pretend to be ignorant will judge stallions as extremely obscene. The scholar was shy and said, this is a man and a woman. Everyone laughed and stopped. Frivolous people often insult themselves, which is ridiculous. As for squinting and blindness, it will be a tragic retribution from ghosts and gods. The Lord of Furong's city doesn't know who the god is, so how can a bodhisattva appear? However, the young man was born into a new family. Although the ghosts and gods are evil, why don't they not allow people to make a new start? Volume 1, Painting Walls. In the guest house of Menglongtan and Zhu Xiaolian in Jiangxi province, I happened to encounter a Lanrua temple. The temples and Zen houses were not very spacious, except for an old monk hanging in a bamboo mat. When guests come in, they come out in solemn clothes and greet them with joy. There is a statue of Zhi Gong in the hall. The two murals are exquisitely painted and the characters are lifelike. In the east mural, there is a goddess with scattered flowers. Inside, there is a person with a drooping mustache, holding flowers and smiling. Her cherry lips are about to move, and her eyes are about to flow. Zhu stared at it for a long time, and suddenly felt his mind swaying and thinking. My body suddenly floated like riding on clouds and mist, and I reached the wall. Seeing the many palaces and palaces, it is impossible to return to the human world. An old monk was speaking on the sermon, and there were many people watching around him. Zhu Yi was among them. There seems to be someone secretly holding his train. Review. Then Chuidier suddenly went away, followed him on foot, crossed the curved fence, and entered a small house, trembling and not daring to go forward. The girl looked back and waved the flower in her hand in a distant gesture, approaching him. There was no one in the house, and he didn't even reject me when he suddenly hugged me. Then they made love. Now that you have closed your door, please don't cough. Night comes again. For 2 days like this, the female companions woke up together and searched for life together. He jokingly said to the girl, "The boy in your belly is already big, but he still has unkempt hair and looks like a virgin." Together they held hairpins to urge the servant girls. The woman was shy and silent. One woman said, "Sisters, sisters, we should not stay here for a long time, for fear of being unhappy." The group laughed and left. When she is born, she looks like a girl. Her hair is high in clouds and her hair is drooping down. She is even more beautiful than when her hair is hanging down. Seeing no one around, it gradually becomes obscene. Orchids and musk deer smoke in the heart, and the joy is not over. Suddenly I heard the clang of Jima's boots, the clang of his locks, and the sound of shouting and arguing. The woman got up in shock and peeped with Zhu, and saw a messenger in golden armor. His face is as black as lacquer, he is wearing a sash and a hammer, surrounded by women. The messenger said, "It's all done?" He replied, "It's all done." The messenger said, "If there are people hiding in the lower world, please come out together, don't bring trouble to E." He also said in the same voice, "None." The messenger turned around and looked at it. It seems that it will be searched and hidden. The girl was so frightened that her face was ashen. Zhang Huang said to Zhu, "You can hide under the couch in a hurry." Then he opened the small door on the wall and fled suddenly. Zhu Fu didn't dare to rest for a long time. Hearing the sound of boots, he came into the room and came back. After a while, the troubles and noises fade away, and my mind feels a little more at ease. However, there are always communication commentators out there. Zhu Ju has been lying in bed for a long time. He feels the cicadas chirping in his ears and the fire in his eyes. The scenery is almost unbearable. He can only listen quietly and wait for his daughter to return, but he no longer remembers how he came to be. At that time, Meng Longtan was in the palace. Zhu was nowhere to be seen for a moment, so he asked the monk if he had any doubts. The monk laughed and said, "I'm going to listen to the Dharma." He asked, Where? He said, Not far. When I was young, I flicked my finger on the wall and called out, Zhu Tan Yu. How long have you been away without returning? Immediately I saw a red statue painted on the wall. I stood there with my ear bent and listened. The monk called out again, You have been waiting for a long time. Then he suddenly descended from the wall, standing there discouraged and helpless. Meng Dehao asked calmly, Cover the square and lie down on the couch. I heard the knocking sound was like thunder, so I went out of my room to listen. When we look at the man holding flowers together, his bun is straight and his hair is no longer hanging down. Zhu Jing paid homage to the old monk and asked him why. The monk laughed and said, Illusions are caused by life. How can a poor man solve them? I heard the knocking sound was like thunder, so I went out of my room to listen. When we look at the man holding flowers together, his bun is straight and his hair is no longer hanging down. Zhu Jing paid homage to the old monk and asked him why. The monk laughed and said, Illusions are caused by life. How can a poor man solve them? Zhu Qi was nodded but not rising. Meng Xian sighed in horror and had no owner. Get up immediately and go out through the steps. Isher said, Illusion comes from human life. This is the kind of saying that people with the Tao say. People who have a lustful heart are born in a state of blasphemy. People who have a lascivious mind are born in a state of fear. Bodhisattva enlightens ignorance. Thousands of illusions are created together, all caused by the human mind. My wife was very eager, but she didn't want to hear what he said, so she had a great enlightenment and went to the mountains with her hair spread loose. Volume 1, Mandrill. Sun Taibai once said that his great-grandfather studied at Liugo Temple in Nanshan. The wheat is whirling in autumn and begins to return after 10 days. When the door is opened, dust grows on the table, and silk threads fill the windows. The servants are ordered to remove the excrement, and in the evening they feel refreshed and can sit down. Then the bedding was spread out on the couch, and the flat door was used as a pillow. The moonlight filled the window. When moving, everything is silent. Suddenly, he heard the rumbling of the wind and the mountain gates suddenly rustled, claiming that the monk in the temple had lost his body. While thinking about it, the sound of wind gradually approached the house, and suddenly the door opened. I was very suspicious, and before I could make up my mind, the sound entered the house. There was the clanging sound of boots again. Gradually approaching the bedroom door. The heart becomes frightened. The door to the bedroom is now open. Ignoring it, a big ghost bowed and stepped in, standing suddenly in front of the couch, almost as tall as Liang. His face was the color of an old melon, his eyes were shining brightly, he was looking around the room, and his mouth was as big as a basin. The teeth are sparse and sparse, about 3 inches long. The tongue moves and the throat makes a roaring sound that echoes all over the walls, making the public extremely frightened. Also thinking that there is no way to escape from the situation so close, it is better to stab him accordingly. When Nai Yin was suffering from vaginal bleeding, he held a knife under his pillow, quickly pulled it out and cut it in the middle of his abdomen. The sound of stone foe. The ghost was furious and stretched out its huge claws to grab the mail. Young master shrinks. The ghost grabbed the quilt and ran away angrily. The Duke fell down from his quilt and fell to the ground, howling. The family members rushed to gather with fires in their hands, but the doors remained closed, and they lined up the windows to enter. They were horrified when they saw the official's appearance. He climbed onto the bed with a drag and began to talk about the reason. When he checked it, he found that the quilt was caught in the gap of the bedroom door. When he opened the door and examined it, he saw that there were claw marks like a dustpan, and the 5 fingers were all pierced. Now that it is clear, I dare not stay any longer, so I return home without paying my dues. Later I asked the monk. There is no other difference. Volume 1, Bite the Ghost. Shen Linqing said, his friend, a certain old man, was sleeping during the day in the summer moon. In the hazy moment, he saw a woman entering the curtain, wrapping her head in white cloth, wearing a linen skirt, and going to the inner room. Suspicious of neighbor's wife visiting his wife. Then I thought again, why would I suddenly enter someone else's house with a fierce uniform? Just as the emperor was confused, the woman had come out. Upon closer inspection, he was probably more than 30 years old, with yellow and swollen color, frowning eyebrows, and a frightening expression. He hesitated and refused to go. Gradually approaching the couch. Then he pretended to sleep to observe the changes. No matter what, the woman took off her clothes and got on the bed and pressed her belly, feeling as if it was as heavy as 100 tons. Even though the mind is calm, if you lift your hands, they will feel like they are tied. If you lift your feet, they will feel like they are weak. I desperately want to cry out for help, but I can't make a sound in pain. The woman sniffed the man's face with her beak, covering her cheeks, nose, eyebrows, and forehead. I feel my beak is as cold as ice and my breath is bone-chilling. The old man was embarrassed and thought of a plan. When the smell reaches his cheek, he will bite it immediately. Soon the fruit will reach Yi. Wang Cheng's power spreads across his cheeks. The teeth are lost in the flesh. The woman was separated from her body in pain, struggling and crying. Weng Lu Ili. But I feel the blood flowing out of my mouth and the wetness flowing beside my pillow. While the stalemate was going on, I suddenly heard the lady's voice outside the court, shouting that there was a ghost. He calmed his cheeks and found that the woman had disappeared. The lady rushed in, saw nothing, and laughed at the false accusations made by her nightmare. Wang described the differences and said there was blood syndrome. Looking at each other and inspecting them is like water from a leak in a house flooding the pillow mat. If you lay down and smell it, the smell will be abnormal. Wang Nai vomited. After a few days, there is still a lingering odor in the mouth. Volume 1, Catching the Fox. Sun Wang is the uncle of Yu's wife's Qingfu family, and he has always been brave. One day, when I was lying down during the day, I felt as if something had climbed onto my bed, and I felt like my body was shaking like a cloud. Isn't it a nightmare? If you take a closer look, you can see that the thing is as big as a cat, with yellow fur and a green mouth, coming from its feet. He squirmed and crouched, as if he was afraid of an old man. The body is possessed by wandering around, the feet are flaccid, and the buttocks are soft. As soon as it reaches the abdomen, the man suddenly rises, presses and catches it. Hold its item. Things are so anxious that they can't get rid of them. The old man asked his wife to tie a belt around his waist. He held the two ends of the belt and said with a smile, "I heard that you are good at transformation. Now I'm paying attention here to see how to transform." After saying this, the object suddenly shrank and its belly was as thin as a tube. Take off a few. The old man was greatly frightened, and tried hard to tie him up, but his belly was as thick as a bowl, and he couldn't get down. If the strength is slightly slack, it will shrink again. The old man was afraid that he would escape, so he ordered his wife to kill him quickly. Madame looked around anxiously, not knowing where the knife was. Wen Zhuogu showed him where to go. When I look back, I hold it in my hand as if it were a ring around me, but the thing has become insignificant. Volume 1: The Monster and the Buckwheat. Those who live in Changshan like to do agricultural work. In autumn, when the buckwheat is ripe, it is piled beside the long river. At that time, there were crop thieves in a nearby village. Because he ordered his tenants to arrive on the stage in a moon chariot, he would stay on guard until he was loaded back. Then he lay down on jello. I closed my eyes for a moment and suddenly heard the sound of someone trampling on buckwheat roots. If you are suspicious of a violent attacker, if you raise your head hastily, you will see that a big ghost is more than 10 feet tall. Red hair and beard, the body is almost gone. Terrified, he jumped up and stabbed him without hesitation. The ghosts roared like thunder and passed away. Afraid of its return, Hogu will return. Welcome the tenants on the road, tell them what they see, and be careful not to go there. No one is convinced. The next day, wheat was exposed on the field, and suddenly I heard a sound in the air. Wen Hai said, "The ghost is coming." He ran, and everyone else also ran. When the time came to gather again, Wen was ordered to set up many bows and crossbows to wait for him. On the next day, the fruit will return, and several arrows will be fired in unison, causing things to flee in fear. He didn't come back on the 23rd. When the wheat was harvested and the straw was scattered, the man was ordered to collect the piles into piles, and he personally climbed up to build them, which were several feet high. Suddenly he looked in the distance and said in horror, "The ghost is here." Everyone was looking for bows and arrows, but the thing was already running towards us. Wang's servant. He ran away with his forehead. When we look at each other together, the forehead bones will be removed like the palm of a hand, and we will be unconscious. He was carried home and died. Never seen again. I don't know why it's strange. Volume 1: House Demon. Li Gong of Changshan was the nephew of the great Saiku. There are many monsters in the house. I tasted a spring stool in the building. The flesh was red and very smooth. Li Gu didn't have such a thing, so he touched it and bent it with his hands. It was almost as soft as flesh, and he walked away in shock. Looking back, the 4 legs move and gradually enter the wall. I also saw a white stile leaning against the wall, which was clean and slender. If you hold it close, it will fall down due to boredom. The snake will fall into the wall and disappear when it is moved. In the 17th year of Kangshi's reign, Wang Shenjun was promoted to the imperial court and set up a tent for his family. At dusk, the lights were on, and I was lying on the couch. Suddenly I saw a little man about 3 inches long, coming in from the outside. After a short circle, he left again. After a while, 2 small stools came and were set up in the hall, just like those made by children with the heart of beams and straw. After a while, 2 villains scooped a coffin into the coffin, which was about 4 inches long. Park on the bench. Before the house was set up, a woman came with several servants, and they were as small as before. The woman's clothes are worn out, her waist is tied with hemp, and her head is wrapped in cloth. He covered his mouth with his sleeves and cried, making a sound like a giant fly. He looked around for a long time. The hair is thick and stands like frost on the body. Because he shouted loudly, he ran away suddenly, fell under the bed, and could not get up after shaking. People in the hall heard strange sounds, and in the assembly hall, the characters disappeared. Volume 1 Wang Lulang. The surname Su comes from Bagua, Zizi, and is engaged in fishing. Every night I take wine with me on the river, drink and fish. After drinking, the wine will be poured on the ground, and the blessing will be said, the ghost drowned in the river will drink. It is normal. Others have fished, but have caught nothing, and only promised to have a full basket. One night, while he was drinking alone, a young man came and wandered beside him. Let him drink, and drink together with emotion. Since I didn't catch a fish all night, I was quite disappointed. The young man got up and said, "Please go downstairs and drive them away from me." Then he drifted away. After a while, he came back and said, "The fish has arrived." There was a sound of squawking. Lifting the net and getting several heads are all full of feet. Very happy, thank you. When he wanted to return home, he refused to accept the fish as a gift, saying, "I have repeatedly praised you for the good brewing, but it is just a mere reward. If you don't give up, you should think of it as a constant ear." Su said, "We have spent the whole night together, how can we say it repeatedly? If you are willing, always look after. I sincerely wish for you, but I am ashamed and have no sympathy." I asked about his surname, and he said, "The surname is Wang, which has no prefix. When you meet him, you can call him Wang Lulang." So we said goodbye. Tomorrow, I will sell goods, fish, profit, and sell wine. When I arrive at the river bank in the evening, the young man is already there, so I will have a drink with you. I drink a few cups. He often drives fish for Su. This has been going on for half a year, and suddenly he told Su, "I know Qingyang well, and my love goes beyond flesh and blood, but we have been apart for a while." The words were very sad. When he asked in surprise, he stopped talking and said, "We are in such good love, why don't you be surprised by this? Now that we are about to say goodbye, there is no harm in telling you clearly, I am really a ghost." He was addicted to alcohol, and he drowned to death for several years. The former king's catch of fish was better than that of others, and all his servants secretly drove him to repay him. Tomorrow, when the business is completed, there will be a successor. Reincarnation in the future. We only get together tonight, so we can't be indifferent. Sue was very frightened when he first heard about it, but after being intimate for a long time, he was no longer frightened. Because of this, he also thought about it and said, "Lu Lang drinks this, don't feel sad. We meet unexpectedly, which makes us feel sad." However, it is appropriate to congratulate each other after the karma has been overturned, but it is unethical to express sadness. Then they had a drink together. Because he asked, "Who is the substitute?" He said, "Brother, I was watching from the bank of the river. At noon in the pavilion, a woman crossed the river and drowned. Listen to the village chicken singing, and say goodbye with tears in your eyes. Tomorrow I will wait by the river to see its differences. Suppose a woman came with a baby in her arms and fell into the river. The child was thrown onto the shore, raised his hands and feet and cried. The woman was ups and downs many times, and suddenly she climbed the bank to get out. She borrowed the land for a short rest, and walked away with her son in her arms. When a woman drowns, her conscience cannot bear it and she wants to save her, but then she thinks that she is Lu Lang's replacement, so she stops and does not save her. When the woman comes out, she doubts her words. At dusk, at the old fishing place, the young man came back and said, "We are all together again now, and we won't say goodbye." Ask why. Said, "The girl has passed away." The servant took pity on the baby in her arms, and the younger brother lost 2 lives, so he gave it up. I don't know when the replacement will be. Maybe the relationship between the two of us is not over yet? Sue sighed and said, "Such a benevolent heart." You can communicate with God. From then on, we got together as before. A few days later, we came to say goodbye again. Sue suspected that there was another generation, and said, "No." The first thought of compassion reached the emperor's heaven. The land is now granted to Wu Town, Zhaoyuan County, and he will take up his post in the future. If you don't forget your old friend, you should go explore it and don't be afraid of repairing obstacles. Sue, he said, "You are a god of integrity, which is very comforting to people's hearts. But the road between humans and gods is separated, so what will happen if we don't worry about repairing the obstacles?" The young man said, "But don't worry about it." He warned me again and again and left. Sue returned. When he was about to prepare his clothes and head east, his wife laughed and said, "We'll find a land hundreds of miles away. I'm afraid the natives won't be able to talk to each other." Sue refused to listen and actually arrived at Zhaoyuan. When I asked about the people who lived there, I found Wu Zhen. After finding the place, he rested his shoulder and traveled backwards, asking where the temple was. The host was surprised and asked, "How can we name Sue out?" Sometimes the husband holds his son, and the daughter-in-law peeks at the door, and they come in a crowd, like a wall. Sue was surprised. The crowd then told, "A few nights ago, I had a dream and God said, Su friends from Sichuan are coming immediately and can help me with an axe. I have been waiting for a long time. Sui was surprised, so he went to offer sacrifices to the temple and said, Farewell, Queen, stay asleep and don't let go of your heart, keep your old promise far away. I was also told by a dream that I was a resident, and felt that I was pregnant with the seal script. As expected, I don't have anything to drink, I only have wine. If I don't give it up, it will be like drinking on the river. Wish you to burn money and paper. After I saw the wind, I stood up and started to disperse. At night, I dreamed that the young man came, well dressed. It's a big change from ordinary times. Xia said, I am a consultant from far away, and I am happy to meet you. But I have a small position, it is inconvenient to meet, and I am so close to the mountains and rivers. I am very sad. I live in a small country and have a gift, and I want to talk about the reward. Return as soon as possible, still I'll see you off. I'll stay for a few days and then I'll go back. Everyone is very sincere, asking for invitations in the morning and evening, and counting the masters every day. Su Jian resigned and wanted to go. The crowds folded the bamboos and hugged the blankets, vying to bring the blankets. They did not end the court, but gave away the remaining things. The old boy is sent by his ancestors. When we left the village, there was a wind blowing with sheep's horns. Traveled for more than 10 miles. Su Zibei said, Lu Lang, take care of it. Don't bother to travel far. Your heart is kind, and it can benefit the whole country. There is no need for old friends to tell you. The wind lingered for a long time and then went away. The villagers also returned in surprise. Su Gui, the family is a little wealthy. Then he stopped fishing. Later, when someone from Zhaoyuan asked about it, his response was like a ringing cloud. In other words, it is Zhangqiu Shirking village. Unknown which one. Isher said, when you are in the clouds, you never forget your poverty and lowliness. This is why you are so good. I'm in the car today, would you rather meet Dai Li again? There are people living under the forest in Yuxiang, and their families are very poor. If you have a childish relationship, you will be fat and rank, and you will have to look after each other when making plans. I tried my best to dress up and traveled thousands of miles, but I was disappointed. Only when the goods are ridden can they return. The younger brother of his tribe was very humorous, and made a mockery of the moon. It is the moon, my brother has arrived, the marten hat is untied, the umbrella canopy is not open, the horse turns into a donkey, and the boots start to silence. Thinking of this makes you smile. Volume 1, Stealing Peaches. When I was a child, I went to the county examination for the spring festival. According to the old practice, merchants from various walks of life in Kailu went to the vassal office one day to promote the event, which was called Performing Spring. Yu Tsong's friends teased him. It's a crowded day with tourists. All the officials in the hall were wearing naked clothes. Sitting east and west facing each other, he was a child at that time and didn't know what his official position was, but he could hear people talking, making noise, and shouting. Suddenly there was a boy with disheveled hair, carrying a load on his shoulders, and it seemed to be white. Thousands of voices were roaring, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. But the audience laughed. Then there was a man in Sing-yi shouting loudly to make a show. The man responded to the order and asked, "What kind of play are you doing?" The people in the hall talked to each other for a few words, and the officials asked about the director. The answer: it can turn living things upside down. The official said he was a white official. Come back down after a while. Life is peach. The magician accepted the promise, took off his clothes and covered his headband, and pretended to complain, saying, "I can't help you, sir. The ice has not been broken. How can I secure the peaches? If I don't take them, I'm afraid of the anger of those from the south. What can I do?" His son said, "Father has promised it. What else can I say?" The magician was melancholy for a long time, and then said, "I know it well. There is snow and early spring. Where can I find it in the world? But the 4 seasons in the Queen Mother's garden are always not withered, or there are some. It can be stolen from heaven." Confucius said, "Can the sky rise by steps?" Said, "There is a skill." Then he opened his robe, took out a rope of about tens of feet, arranged its end, and threw it into the sky. The rope was suspended in the sky, as if there was something to hang it on. After a while, he threw it higher and higher, and disappeared into the clouds. The rope in my hand is also gone. He called to his son and said, "Come here, my son. I am old and tired, I am heavy and can't walk, so you can go there." Then he handed the rope to his son and said, "Hold this and you can climb up." The son felt uncomfortable receiving the rope, and he complained, Wang Yi is so confused. Such a thin line. I want to attach it to reach the heights of 10,000 feet. If the middle path is cut off, where will the bones be left?" The father whined again and slapped him, saying, "I have lost my words. I regret it too much. I am annoying my son. If you steal it, you will be rewarded with 100 gold. You should marry a beautiful woman for your son." The son then held the rope and circled upwards. He moved his hands and feet to follow, like a spider taking advantage of the thread, and gradually went into the sky, never to be seen again. After a while, a peach fell as big as a bowl. The magician was delighted, so he held it and presented it to the court. It was announced in the hall for a long time. I don't know its authenticity either. Suddenly the rope fell to the ground, and the magician was shocked and exclaimed, "It's almost gone. Someone above has broken my rope. How can I hold my son in charge?" Then something fell down, and when he looked at it, it was his son's head. Holding it in his hands, he cried and said, "I will definitely steal the peach and the prisoner will find out. My son is gone." And when he moved, one of his feet fell, nothing happened. All his limbs fell down, and no one survived. The magician was so sad that he picked them up one by one and closed them. He said, "I will stop here. I will travel north and south from here. Now I accept my strict command." Unexpectedly, I encountered such a tragedy. It should be removed from the burden. Then he went up to the hall and knelt down, saying, "For Tao's sake, you will kill my son. Just as you take pity on a small person and help him with his burial, you should repay your ears with a knot of grass." The officials were astonished and each received a reward. The magician accepted it and tied it around his waist, then buckled his hood and called out, "88 children, what will happen if you don't come out to thank me for the reward?" Suddenly a boy with a shaggy head put his head on the hood and came out. He looked to the north and looked at the head, which was his son. Because of his magical skills, I still remember him to this day. Later I heard that the White Lotus sect was able to do this technique. Do you think this is their descendant? Volume 1, Planting Pears. Some villagers sell pears in the market. They are quite sweet and fragrant, but the price is very high. There was a Taoist priest with a torn scarf and a beggar in front of his carriage, but the villagers refused to go away. The villagers were angry and scolded them. The Taoist priest said, "There are hundreds of pills in a cart, and I stopped begging for one of them. It doesn't cause any great harm to the lay people. Why are you angry?" The observers advised the bad guy to give away one of the pills, but the villagers refused. A servant in any house. Seeing that the chatter was unbearable, he paid the Taoist priest 1 coin in the market. The Taoist priest thanked him and said to the crowd, "Monks don't understand grudges. I have some beautiful pears, please come out and serve them to the guests." Or he said, "Why don't you eat them yourself if you have them?" He said, "I really need this pear for seed." So he ate the pear, and when it was all gone, he put the core in his hand, untied the pear from his shoulder, dug it into the pit a few inches deep, and covered it with earth. Ask for soup and fermentation from the people in the city, and the good people will get boiling when they ask for it in Linla's shop, and the Taoist priests will take it to the ridge. Thousands of eyes are watching. I see hooks sprouting out and getting bigger. They become trees, with branches and leaves supporting susu. Flowers bloom suddenly, quickly and solidly, huge and fragrant, and the trees are full of them. The Taoist priest plucked it from the top of the tree and gave it to the viewer, and it was gone in an instant. Already, the tree was cut down with a trowel, and it took a long time for the tree to break off. With Yi on his shoulders, he walked away calmly and slowly. When the Taoist priests first practiced the method, the villagers also gathered in the crowd, leading their attention, and actually forgot about their work. After the Taoist priest left, he looked into the cart and found that the pear was empty. Fong realized that everything he had scattered was his own property. He also took a closer look at the dead target on the car, who was the new cutter. The heart is filled with resentment. In a hurry, he turned around the corner of the wall and found that the target was broken and abandoned at the bottom of the wall. Only then did he realize that the pear he had cut was actually an object. The Taoist priest didn't know where he was. The city is brilliant. Isher said, "The people in the village are stunned and naive, and it is easy to see them laughing at the people in the city. Whenever I see a person in the village who is called Sufeng, and a good friend is begging for rice, I will feel embarrassed, and I will say, 'It's a few days' worth of money.' Or if he is trying to help a person in danger and has a meal alone, he will become angry and think, "This is enough food for 10 people and 5 people." Even father, son, and brother spend their money in competition. When you become obsessed with lust, you will be generous with everything you have. If a saw is brought to one's neck, one's life will not be spared. Such and such, it is no wonder that you are a countryman who is stupid. Volume 1, Taoist Priest Lao's Han. There is a king in the city who lives in Qi, the son of the old family. I am a young admirer of Taoism and heard that there are many immortals in Lao's Han. Go swimming with a copy of the book. Climbing to the top, you can have a very quiet view of the universe. A Taoist priest is sitting on a futon, with his hair hanging down and his collar down, and his spirit shining brightly. Knocking and speaking, the reason is very mysterious. When I asked him to teach me, the Taoist priest said, "I am afraid of coquettishness and I cannot suffer." He replied, "I can do it." There were a large number of his disciples, and they gathered together in the evening. The king and the chief minister stayed to watch. In the early morning, the Taoist priest called the king to go and give him an axe so that he could follow the crowd to collect wood. Wang Jin was taught. After more than a month, my hands and feet were calloused, I couldn't bear the pain, and I had a desire to return home. Returning home one night, I saw the two of them having a drink with their teacher. It was already dusk and there were no lights. The teacher is cutting paper like a mirror and sticking it to the wall. For a while, the moon shines brightly in the room, and the light reflects the brilliance. All the disciples were running around to hear him. A guest said, "A good night is better than a happy night, it cannot be different." Then he took a wine pot from the table and divided it among the disciples, and ordered them to get drunk. Wang Zi thought, "How can a pot of wine be given to 7 or 8 people?" Then each of them looked for a full bowl and competed to drink first. For fear that the bottle would be empty, they poured back and forth, but a lot of it was lost. The heart is strange. A guest from Russia said, "I have been given the moonlight to shine, and you are drinking quietly. Why don't you call Chang'e to come?" So he threw chopsticks into the moon. I saw a beautiful woman emerging from the light. At first, she was not even tall enough, but when she arrived, she was waiting for others. The slender waist shows off the neck and performs a graceful, neon dress dance. He then sang and said, "Immortals are here. And they are here again. And you are secluded in the coldness of the world." His voice was clear and strong as a flute. After finishing the song, he circled up and jumped up to several places. In a moment of surprise, he turned into chopsticks again. The three of them laughed. Another guest said, "I'm having the most fun tonight, but I can't bear the power of wine. Can you please stay with me in the Moon Palace?" The 3 people moved to the table, and it gradually entered the middle of the moon. The crowd looked at the 3 people, sitting in the middle of the moon and drinking, and their men and eyebrows were visible, like shadows in the mirror. As the moon gradually darkened, the disciples came to light candles. Then the Taoist priest sits alone, and the guests are gone. There are still dishes on the table, the moon on the wall is just as round as a mirror. The Taoist priest asked the crowd, "Have you drunk enough?" He said, "That's enough. That's enough. It's better to go to bed early and don't miss Chiao Su." Everyone promised and retreated. Wang Pai was delighted and thought about it, and then he died. Another month, the pain was unbearable, but the Taoist priest did not preach a single word. He couldn't wait, so he said, "My disciples have been trained by immortal masters for hundreds of miles. Even if they can't obtain the magic of immortality, or they can only pass on it to me, it can still comfort their desire to ask for advice. I've been reading for 2 or 3 months now, but I'll be cutting wood in the morning and returning in the evening." The disciple at home is not familiar with this suffering. The Taoist laughed and said, "I said I couldn't suffer, and now it's true. I'll send you out tomorrow morning." The king said, "The disciple has been practicing for many days, and the master has taught me some small skills. This is not a failure." The Taoist asked, "What kind of technique do you want?" The king said, "Every time I see my master, there are no walls that can separate me, but this method is enough." The Taoist smiled and agreed. Then he passed on a tactic, ordered himself to finish the curse, and shouted, "Come in." The king dared not enter the wall. He also said, "Try to enter." Wang Guo entered calmly, but stopped when he reached the wall. The Taoist said, "Bow your head and enter without hesitation." Wang Guo walked to the wall and ran in a few steps. When he reached the wall, it looked like nothing. When he looked back, he saw that the fruit was outside the wall. Great joy. Enter thanks. The Taoist priest said, "It is better to keep it clean when you return, otherwise it will not be verified." So he sponsored the axe to send him back. When he got home, he boasted that he had met an immortal and could not be stopped by a strong wall, but his wife did not believe him. The king followed his example and walked a few feet away from the wall before running in. His head touched the hard wall and he suddenly stumbled forward. My wife held him up and looked at him, and there was a huge egg on his forehead. The wife teased him. Wang Jian became angry and scolded the old Taoist priest for his unscrupulousness. Isher said, "Everyone who heard this would not laugh without laughter, and there are many people who do not know that there are many kings in the world. Nowadays, there is a father who likes the poison of malaria but is afraid of medicinal stones. Therefore, there are people who lick and suck carbuncle and hemorrhoids, and use the art of showing off their power and violence to meet their purpose." He said, "I have practiced this art in the past, and I can do it without hindrance." The first trial was quite effective. Then he said that the world is so big that it can be done in this way, and the momentum will not hit the hard wall and stumble. Volume 1, Monk Chongqing. Monk Chongqing is a noble man. He is still in good health in his 70s. He cannot afford to fall down in one day. The monks rushed to rescue him, but he passed away. The monk did not know that he was dead, and his soul drifted to the border of Hunan. There was an old gentleman in Hunan who led more than 10 riders to hunt rabbits with eagles on their backs. Ma Yi fell to death. The monk's soul is in good condition, and then it gradually recovers. The servants asked him around. Zhang Mu said, "Who is here?" Everyone helped him back. At the entrance, those who are pink, white and dark green gather for consultants. Dawei said, "I am a monk, but I am here." Zhang Mu said, "Who is here?" Everyone helped him back. At the entrance, those who are pink, white and dark green gather for consultants. Dawei said, "I am a monk, but I am here." The family thought it was wrong, and they all raised their ears to understand it. The monk did not explain himself, but he closed his eyes and said nothing. If you take off millet, you will eat it, but you will refuse wine and meat. Staying alone at night, without being cared for by wives or concubines. A few days later, I suddenly thought about Xiaobu. Everyone is happy. As soon as he left Xiaoding, servants came one after another to record money and records, and to ask for accountants. The young master asked him to be sick and tired. I declined. But he asked, "Does Chongqing County, Shandong Province know about it?" They all answered, "Yes." They said, "I am depressed and bored, and I want to travel, so I should take charge of it immediately." Everyone said, "There is a new crisis, so we should not go far. If you don't listen, the sun will rise." Arrive in Chongqing. See the scenery as it was yesterday. Without bothering to ask the way, I arrived at Lanrua. When several disciples saw the distinguished guest arriving, they paid homage to him very respectfully. He asked, "Where can I go, old monk?" The answer was, "My master has passed away." When asked about the tomb, the group of guides went there and found a solitary tomb 3 feet tall. The weeds are still growing. The monks didn't know what it meant. After the horse was about to return, he told him, "As a monk who is practicing the precepts, you should abide by the handbands left behind and don't let them get damaged. Everyone is just the only one. Just go." After returning home, he sat down on the tree in despair. Stop doing housework. After staying for several months, he went out to escape and went straight to the old temple. He said to his disciples, "I am your master." Everyone doubted his absurdity and looked at each other with laughter. It tells the reason for the return of the soul, and also talks about what he has done in his life. Everyone believed and stayed on the old bed. Things are as usual. Later, the young master's family often sent horses to express their condolences, but they ignored him. After more than a year, the lady sent Ji Gang to come, and she received many gifts, but all the gold and silk were given away, and she only received a cloth robe. Friends may come to their hometown. Respect it. Seeing that he was silent and sincere, he was only 30 years old, but he often mentioned that he was more than 80 years old. Isher said, "When a person dies, his soul is dispersed. If he remains for thousands of miles, his nature is determined. I am more like a monk." The difference is that he is reborn, but the difference is that he enters a land of splendor and beauty, and is able to escape from the world. If the eye flashes, and the orchid and musk deer smoke the heart, there are people who want to die but cannot get it. How much worse is the monk? Volume 1, Snake Man. A certain person from Dongjun made a living by handling snakes. There are two kinds of snakes, both of which are green. The big one is called daching, and the small one is called urching. There are red spots on the forehead of the second green, especially the spirit is tame, and the hovering is always satisfactory. Snake people love different snakes than other snakes. When he dies in his youth, he has no time to think about making up for his shortcomings. One night stay at the mountain temple. Now that it is clear and clear, the two green trees are also dim, and the snake people are filled with regret and want to die. The search is urgent, but there is no sign yet. However, whenever there are abundant forests and lush grass, I will leave them freely in order to feel comfortable and find them again. This is why I hope that they will come by themselves. Sitting and waiting, the sun was high and I was already in despair, so I went ahead with frustration. When I went out to count the martial arts, I heard the rustling of Tsong Xianqiu Chu. Stop and look around in astonishment, then the two greens will come. Great joy, like getting a jade. Resting at the corner of the road, the snake also stopped. Looking behind, the little snake will follow. Fuji said, I consider you to be dead. Do you recommend it to me as a young friend? He fed it with bait and also fed small snakes. Although the little snake didn't go away, it cowered and didn't dare to eat. The two greens hold it in their mouths and feed it, just like a host giving way to a guest. The snake man feeds it and eats it. After eating, go into the bowl with the two greens. He goes to teach the twists and turns, and always falls into the rules. It is no different from urching, so it is named Shaoqing. Show off your skills in all directions, and make no profit. Most people who handle snakes should only use 2 feet as a guide. If the snake is larger, it will be too heavy and it will be easier. Because urching is tamed, he didn't give up. Another 2 or 3 years. It is more than 3 feet long. When lying down, the hood will be full, so I will remove it. One day, I went to the east mountain of Z, fed some fine bait, and gave it my best wishes. After leaving, he came back in a short while, winding outside. The snake man waved and said, "Go away. There is no such thing as a feast that lasts for hundreds of years." From now on, if he hides in the valley, he must be a divine dragon. How can he stay in the cave for a long time? The snake went away. The snake man watched it off. It came back again and couldn't go away. He touched the head with his head, and Shaoqing trembled in it. The snake man realized. Do you want to say goodbye to Shaoqing? As he was leaving the bed, Shaoqing walked out, as he and the other put their heads together and stuck out their tongues, as if they were talking to each other. Then they left together with the snake. Fang Yi meant that Shaoqing didn't return, so he stumbled back alone and went into the bed to lie down. From there he followed looking for something. There is no good one so far, and Shaoqing is getting bigger and bigger. The latter one was quite tame, but not as good as Shaoqing Liang. But Shaoqing is thicker than a child's arms. First of all, urching is in the mountains and is often seen by woodcutter. A few more years. It is several feet long and has a circumference like a bowl. It gradually comes out and chases people away, so it is a warning when traveling and does not dare to go out of its way. One day, the snake man passed by the place, and the snake burst out like the wind. The snake man was so frightened that he ran away. The snake is getting more and more anxious, and it's time to look back. And look at it first. Zhu Dian suddenly realized that he was urching. Xia Dan called out, "Air green, too green." The snake stopped. After raising his head for a long time, he jumped around the snake as before, and felt that its intention was not evil, but his body was too heavy to be wrapped around it. He fell to the ground and prayed, and it was released. Then he touched the hood with his head, and the snake man understood its meaning, opened the hood and came out of Shaoqing. The two snakes met each other, entangled like candy, and after a long time they began to open. The snake man then wished Shaoqing and said, "I've wanted to say goodbye to you for a long time, but now I have company." He said to Urching. The original king brought him here, but he can still lure him away. One more word of advice. There is no shortage of food and drink in the deep mountains, so do not disturb passers-by, as it will be a violation of heaven's punishment. The two snakes lowered their heads, as if they were receiving each other. They suddenly rose up, with the big one in front and the small one behind. The trees passing by were in the middle. The snake man stood there and looked at it, then left when he didn't see it. From then on, travelers continued as usual, wondering where the two snakes were going. Isher said, "Snake is a stupid thing, but it has the meaning of an old friend in love, and its remonstrance is like turning around." It is strange that such a person, who has been acquainted for 10 years and has been favored for several generations, then thinks about going down the well and throwing stones again. Otherwise, the medicine and the stone are the same, and he ignores them and is angry and hateful. Here comes the snake. Volume 1, Python. The brothers surnamed who in Huttian village were woodcutter and went deep into the deep valley. Encountering a giant python, the elder brother was in front of him and was swallowed. The younger brother was frightened at first and wanted to run away. When he saw that his elder brother was being eaten, he got angry and chopped off the head of the python with his woodcutter's axe. The first wound caused him to swallow it endlessly. However, although the head is gone, fortunately it cannot be lowered from the shoulders. The younger brother was so anxious that he had no plan, so he fought with the python with his brother's strength and dragged his brother out. The python also bears the pain and goes away. If you look at your brother, your nose and ears will melt, and your breath will be exhausted. Carrying forward the responsibility. On the way, it takes more than 10 breaths to reach home. He recovered after half a year of medical treatment. To this day, his face is covered with scars, and only the holes in his nose and ears remain. Alas! There are brothers among farmers. Or it is said, the python does no harm, it is due to morality and justice. Believe it or not. Volume 1, Dog Rape. Jia from Qingzhou was away from home for many years and never returned. He has a white dog at home, and his wife leads him and makes friends with him. He is accustomed to it. One day the husband came home and lay down with his wife. The dog broke in, climbed on the bed and bit the guest, and the man died. Later, when I heard about it, I complained to the officials about the injustice. The wife of an official weapon, if the woman refuses to surrender, take it away. After ordering the dog to come, the woman was taken out. The dog suddenly saw the woman, and she straightened up and made a gesture of intercourse with her broken clothes. The woman has no words at all. The two services were dissolved and the ministry yuan was dissolved. One understands people and the other understands dogs. Those who want to watch their union collect money and bribe them together, and the labor involves gathering orders and paying them. There are often hundreds of people watching at the place where it stops, and it is profitable to use this net. Later generations died of dogs and cats. Alas! The world is so big. It really has everything. However, if someone engages in bestiality with a human face, is it only a woman? Isher's judgment was, meeting on Puan was a subject of ridicule in ancient times, meeting in a mulberry tree was looked down upon by others. This is a certain person who cannot bear the suffering of a female guardian. I miss the joy of sexual intercourse. Yiksha lies on the bed, and turns out to be the female beast in the house. Jiching falls into the sinus, and becomes her lover under the covers. In front of the cloud and rain platform, the mink's tail is swaying wildly. In the gentle countryside, the elephant's waist is frequently swayed. The sharp cone is in the skin. One vertical strand makes him stand out, his complexion is left on his head, and he takes root just after drinking feathers. The sudden thought of acquaintances of different kinds is simply a bizarre thought. The dragon barks and rapes, the jealousy kills, the law is difficult to control. Xiao Chao, humans are not beasts but real beasts. It is obscene and fishy, and the meat will not be eaten by jackals and tigers. Alas! If a man rapes and kills, the woman will be cut into pieces. As for a dog who rapes and kills the man, there will be no punishment. If a person is bad, he will be punished as a dog. As for the bad dog, he should be punished by the law. It is better to dismember him in order to pursue his soul. Please escort him to Ask Yama. Volume 1. Hail God. Prince Yunzong came to Chuzhong and planned to climb Longhu Mountain to pay homage to the Heavenly Master. As soon as he got to the lake and boarded the boat, a man came in a small boat. Make people in the boat passable. When the public saw him, he looked majestic, and the Heavenly Master's thorn came out of his arms, saying, I heard that Zhou Tsong is coming, and I will send the crossbow in advance. The public was surprised by his prediction, benefited from the gods, and went there with sincerity. The Heavenly Master's instrument is in accordance with the regulations. Those who serve. His clothes, hat, beard and mane are not like ordinary people, and the envoys in front of him are also waiting beside him. When I was young, I whispered to the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master said to the Duke, This gentleman is from the same country, don't you know him? The Duke asked. He said, This is the legendary Hail God Li Zuocha. The public was shocked and changed his appearance. The heavenly master said, "I have been told that it is raining and hailing, so I say goodbye." The Duke asked, "Where?" He said, "Zhangqiu." The Duke was concerned about the border and left the table to beg for mercy. The heavenly master said, "This jade edict from God has a certain amount. How can it be ignored?" The public mourned endlessly. The heavenly master thought about it for a long time, then he paid attention and said, "If there are many of them falling in the valley, don't damage the crops." He also asked, "Your distinguished guests are sitting here, and you don't want to use force when you leave." The god came out to the court, and suddenly there was smoke under his feet. The ground is filled with mist. Russia has been delayed for more than a quarter of a century. Only by exerting all one's strength can one rise higher than the tree in the courtyard, and then one can rise higher than the pavilion. There was a thunderbolt, flying north, the house shook, and the banquet utensils shook. Gong Hai said, "If you go, you will be a thunderbolt." The heavenly master said, "It is the right time to take a warning, so I have been delaying. Otherwise, it will be gone with the sound of peace." When the public returned home, he sent someone to inquire about Zhangqiu. On that day, there was heavy rain and hail, and the ditches were full, but there were only a few in the fields. Volume 1, A Fox Marries a Daughter. Yin Tianguan of Liqing City. Young and poor, he has courage and strategy. The town has the home of the old family, which is dozens of acres wide and has many buildings. It's common to see weird things, so it's useless and has no place to live. Over time, the basil gradually became full, and no one dared to enter during the day. The Duke of Hui drank with all the students, or said in a joke, "Anyone who can stay here will have a feast together." The public jumped up and said, "How difficult is it? Take a table with you." Everyone will send it to the door, jokingly saying, "We are waiting for you. If you see anything, please call immediately." Gong Xiaoyun said, "There is a ghost fox that should be caught to prove it." Then he entered and saw long sagebrush covering the path, and wormwood like hemp. The hour was approaching, but fortunately the moon was dim and the door could be discerned. Mo Sua entered several times before arriving at the back building. The landing on the moon platform was smooth and lovely, then it stopped. Looking west to the bright moon, there is only a thin line of ear on the mountain. After sitting there for a long time, there was no difference, snickering at the rumors. Sitting on the ground with a stone pillow, I lie down and look at the cowgirl. The first update is towards the end, and I feel like sleeping in a trance. There is a sound of footsteps coming up downstairs. While I was sleeping, I saw a man in green carrying a lotus lantern, who suddenly came to see him. Startled and backed away. Later he said, "There is a living person here." He asked, "Who is it?" The answer was, "I don't know." An old man came up, and he looked at him carefully and said, "This is the book of the Yin dynasty, and he has been sleeping soundly. But if you handle my affairs with me, I may not blame you." Nai Xiang led him into the building, and the door was completely opened. Those who come and go in time will benefit everyone. The lights upstairs are as bright as day. The male turned slightly to sneeze and cough. When the old man heard that the Duke was awake, he came out and knelt down and said, "I have a dustpan and broom, girl. I will return home tonight. I don't intend to offend noble people, and I hope I don't commit any serious sins." The public stood up, dragged him and said, "I don't know what kind of gift this evening is. I feel ashamed that I can't congratulate you. I don't intend to offend noble people, and I hope I don't commit any serious sins." The public stood up, dragged him and said, "I don't know what kind of gift this evening is. I feel ashamed that I can't congratulate you." Wang said, "It's a blessing that the noble man came to suppress the evil spirits. Even if you sit with me, you will be pampered." The public is happy, so he responds. He enters the viewing tower. The furnishings are gorgeous. Then a woman came out to worship. She might be over 40 years old. Wang said, "This is a clumsy thorn." The Duke bowed to it. When I heard the sound of shing music, someone rushed up and said, "It's time." Wang rushed to welcome him, and the Duke also stood up. A bunch of gauze is wrapped in a small room to guide the groom in. You can be 17 or 18 years old, and you will be rich and beautiful. Wang Ming first greeted the distinguished guests as a courtesy. "Young man, if the gentleman is the best man, he will officiate half of the ceremony. The next time I paid homage to my son-in-law, it was impromptu. There are pink and white clouds in the room, the wine is in the mist, and the jade bowl is made of gold." Several cases reflected in the light. After drinking for a while, Wang called the slave girl to invite the young lady. The female slave came in and didn't come out for a long time. The old man got up and pulled the curtain to hurry him up. Russian maids and prostitutes come out with new people, their rings are bright, and their musk orchids are fragrant. Wang Ming worshipped. Rise. That is, sit on the mother's side. In the subtle eyes, the green phoenix is bright and beautiful, and the beauty is peerless. After that, he will use the gold Jew and fight in large capacity. Gongsi thinks that this thing can be held in the sleeves of the vagina. I pretended to be drunk and fell asleep. They all said, "My husband is drunk." Wherever they were, they heard the bridegroom's farewell and started playing violently, and they all went downstairs. The master has collected the wine utensils, but the young prince cannot find them, or whisper about the sleeping guests. Wang was anxious and kept silent for fear of being heard by the public. When the time comes, there is silence both inside and outside. Gongshi started. There is no light in the darkness, but the aroma of fat and wine fills the surrounding area. Seeing the east as white, you can come out calmly. Looking into the sleeves, the golden prince is still there. When you reach the door, all the students are waiting in advance, suspecting that they went out at night and came in early. The Duke came out to show it. The public was shocked and asked, and the public complained. Let's think together that this thing is not owned by Hanshi, but believes in it. Later, he was promoted to Jinshi by the public and appointed as Feiqiu. There is an aristocratic family whose surname is Zhu, and the Duke of Yen is ordered to take a huge cup of wine, but it will not come for a long time. There was a fine slave who covered his mouth and spoke to his master. The owner looks angry. Russia invited the guests to drink with the golden Jew. Looking closely, the style and carvings are no different from those of foxes. If you have big doubts, ask where to follow. The answer is, there are 8 Jew fans. When I was a minister of the capital, I was looking for good workers to supervise the production. This is a legacy from this generation. It's been a long time coming. Due to the humiliation of the Ming dynasty, I took out all the boxes and only 7 of them were left. I suspected that my family had stolen them, and they had been kept in dust for 10 years, which is inexplicable. The Duke laughed and said, "The golden cup has become a feather. However, the treasures of this world cannot be lost." I have a servant that is quite similar to this one, so I should give it as a gift. At the end of the banquet, we returned to the office and selected the nobles to carry it. The host looked at it and was shocked. He went to thank the Duke in person and questioned him about what he had come to. The Duke reviewed and reviewed it. Only then did he know that a fox can capture things thousands of miles away. And dare not stay forever. Volume 1 Joanna. Kong Shengshuili is also a saint. He is a man of virtue and a poet of craftsmanship. A friend of mine ordered Tian Tai to send a letter to recruit him. When he was born, he died at the right time. He was left behind and could not return, so he lived in Putua Temple. He was hired by a monk to copy it. More than 100 steps west of the temple, there is Mr. Shan. His late son, he was depressed due to a big lawsuit and had few family members. He moved to live in the countryside, and his house was spacious. One day there was a heavy snowfall, and there was no one traveling. Passed by its door. When a young man is born, he is full of riches. When he sees someone alive, he greets him as a courtesy and expresses his condolences, then he bows down and comes. If you love and enjoy it, you will enter it generously. The houses are not very spacious, with brocade curtains hanging When a young man is born, he is full of riches. When he sees someone alive, he greets him as a courtesy and expresses his condolences, then he bows down and comes. If you love and enjoy it, you will enter it generously. The houses are not very spacious, with brocade curtains hanging everywhere and many ancient calligraphy and paintings on the walls. A desk book. The signature is Lang Huan Sua Ji. After flipping through it, I saw nothing. If you are born in a single position and think that it is the master, you will not judge the officials. The young man inquired about his whereabouts carefully, felt pity for him, and advised him to set up a tent to teach as a disciple. Sheng sighed and said, "The person who is traveling in captivity." Who is Chao Chou? The young man said, "If you don't reprimand me for being a slave, I would like to worship the door and wall." I was so happy that I didn't dare to be a teacher, so I asked you to be a friend. Then I asked, "How long can I be imprisoned in the house?" The answer is, this is a single mansion. In the past, the young master lived in his hometown, so it was a long time ago. Servant, Huangfu family. His ancestral home is in Shaanxi. His family's home was burned in a wildfire, so he temporarily settled down. When I was born, I realized that I was not alone. We talked and laughed very happily that night, so they stayed on the same bed together. It was refreshing, and there was a boy burning a charcoal fire in the room. The young man got up first and entered, and he was still sitting down. Tom Rubai said, "Here comes the great man." He was startled. An old man came in, with bright hair on his temples. He thanked Xing Yin and said, "Sir, you don't give up on naughty children, so you are willing to teach me. I'm a newbie learning to graffiti. Don't treat me as a friend, as my peers will treat me as such." After that, he put on his brocade clothes. A mink hat, socks, and shoes are all one thing. Seeing that the student is already washing his hands, he calls for wine and recommends food. The tables, couches, skirts and clothes, I don't know their names, are all shining brightly. After a few drinks, the old man walked away with his stick. After the meal, the young master presented his homework, all of which were ancient Chinese poems. There is no timely art. When asked, Xiaoyun said, "I don't want to make progress." At dusk, he said more carefully, "I have all the fun tonight, but I won't be allowed to do it tomorrow." Calling the boy, he said, "Is Taigong going to bed? If he is already in bed, you can secretly call Xiangnu. Come. Tong go. First use the embroidered bag to bring the pipa." After a while, a maid came in, wearing bright red makeup. The young master ordered him to play the concubine Xiang, and the maid moved her with her teeth, stirring up sorrow, and the rhythm was different from what she had heard for a long time. He also ordered people to drink wine with a huge wine glass, and it would only start at the third watch. Get up early the next day and read together. The young master is the wisest, and his memory becomes a poem. After 2 or 3 months, his life writing will become a warning. Make an appointment to have a drink every 5 days, and every time you drink, you will attract a fragrant slave. After a long night of drinking, I became hot and focused on it. The young master understood what he meant and said, "This maid is raised by her old father. My brother is homeless and has no family. I have been raising money for you for a long time, so I should find a wife for you." Sheng said, "If Hui is good, he will be like a slave of incense." The young master smiled and said, "Jun Sheng sees less and is more strange. This is the best, and your wishes can easily be fulfilled. Having lived here for half a year, I wanted to fly to the suburbs. When I reached the door, I opened my doors and opened my doors. When I asked, the master said, 'My master is afraid that friends may disturb my thoughts, so I thank our guests. Live and be safe.'" It was a hot summer day, so I moved to the garden pavilion. My breast swelled like a peach, and became as big as a bowl overnight, and I groaned in pain. The young master looks at you day and night, and loses both sleep and food. After a few more days of drama, I stopped eating and drinking. Tai Weng also arrived. Relatively quiet. The young master said, "Mr. C was ill the night before I was born. Sister Jiao Na can cure him and send someone to my grandmother's house to call for him to come back. How long will it take for him to come back? Tong said to Bai, Aunt Na is here, and Aunt Song is here with her. The father and son immediately moved in. In a short period of time, I invite my sister to come and see the boy. She is about 13 or 14 years old. She is charming and smart, and has a graceful appearance. When I look at the beautiful scenery, I groan and forget it, and my spirit is refreshed. The young master then said, This brother, a good friend, is nothing more than a compatriot. The girl is good at healing. The woman put her face back in shame, pulled up her long sleeves, and went to the bed for a diagnosis. As soon as she grasped it, she felt that the fragrance was better than orchid. The woman smiled and said, It seems that you have such an illness and your heart is pulsing. Although the disease is dangerous, it can be cured. However, the skin lumps have coagulated. It must be cut off the skin and flesh. Then he took off the golden bracelet on his arm and placed it on the affected area, and slowly pressed it down. The wound protruded about an inch, higher than the outside of the bracelet, and the remaining swelling at the root edge was all bundled in. It was not as wide as a bowl in front of it. He opened the luo jin with one hand. He used a saber with a blade thinner than paper. He held the blade in his hand and gently cut it by the root. Purple blood overflowed and stained the bed mat. If you are greedy for being close to a beautiful woman, not only will you not feel the pain, but you will also be afraid that the cutting will be done quickly and you will not be close to her for a long time. Soon the carrion was cut off. He used a saber with a blade thinner than paper. He held the blade in his hand and gently cut it by the root. Purple blood overflowed and stained the bed mat. If you are greedy for being close to a beautiful woman, not only will you not feel the pain, but you will also be afraid that the cutting will be done quickly and you will not be close to her for a long time. Soon the carrion was cut off. The clusters are like galls peeled off a tree. Then he called for water to wash the cutting place. The red pills spit out from the mouth are as big as bullets, and they stick to the flesh and rotate on command. After only 1 week, I felt hot and steaming. After another week, I felt itchy. After 3 weeks, I felt cool all over my body. Refreshing into the bone marrow. The woman took the pill into her throat and said, It's healed. She stepped out. He jumped up and walked away, but he felt as if he was lost. And thinking about Rong Hui makes me feel miserable. Naturally, I am sitting idle with my waste paper, and I have nothing to do anymore. The young master took a look at it and said, My brother is looking for a couple for his brother. Asked, Who? Said, I am also my brother's family member. Sheng thought for a long time, but said, No need. Facing the wall, he chanted, Once upon a time, the sea was difficult to deal with, except for Wushan, it was not a cloud. The young master understood his purpose and said, The head of the family admires talented people and often wants to get married. But only one girl's teeth are too childish. I have an aunt, Asong, who is 18 years old and quite modest. If you don't see the letter, Sister Song walks into the garden pavilion and waits in the front room to see it. Live as you teach. Sure enough, I saw Jiao Na coming with a beautiful woman. She painted a moth in black and a lotus hook and a phoenix, which was the same as Jiao Na. She is very happy and asks the young master to attack. On the next day, the young master came out of the house and congratulated him, saying, "It's so harmonious." He then removed other courtyards as a birth ceremony. That evening, when the drums were blowing and the dust was flying, I looked at the immortal. Suddenly they were in the same quilt, and I suspected that the palace in Guanghan might not be in the sky. After the union, I feel very comfortable. One night, the young master said to Sheng, "It is beneficial to learn from each other." No day can be forgotten. Mr. Shan recently returned from a lawsuit. He was very anxious to find his house and wanted to abandon it and go west. It is difficult to regain the momentum, so the feeling of separation lingers in my heart. Sheng is willing to leave from there. The young master advises him to return to his hometown because it will be difficult for him. The young master said, "Don't worry. You can send it off immediately." Nothing happened. The old man brought the pine goddess to him and gave him 100 taels of gold as a gift. The young master held the couple with his left and right hands and told him to close his eyes. He was walking in the air, but he felt the wind in his ears. After a long time, he said, "Come here." That's it. Open your eyes and see your hometown. Then I realized that the young master was not a human being. I am happy to knock on the door of my house, and my mother is not expecting her, and I see a beautiful woman, and we are all comforted together. And looking back, the young master has passed away. Song Nyang is a filial daughter, beautiful, virtuous and well-known. Later generations were promoted to Jinshi, and were awarded the title of Secretary Li of Yan'an, with the responsibility of taking care of their families. My mother thought it was a long way to go. Song Nyang gave birth to a boy named Xiaohuan. If he is born with disobedience, he will be dismissed from office, and he will not be able to return due to obstruction. Occasionally, while hunting in the countryside, I met a beautiful young man riding a horse. Look frequently. If you look closely, you will see that Mr. Huangfu is the master. The bridle stops and the joy comes. I invited students to go to a village. The trees were thick and dim, and the sky was obscured. When you enter his home, you will find golden floating nails, just like a noble family. Ask my sister, she is married, mother-in-law. Dead. Deep condolences. Don't go away after a long stay, and return with your wife. Jiao Na also arrived, held the baby in her arms, lifted it up and said, "Sister, you are messing with my seed." She paid her respects to him and thanked him. He smiled and said, "Brother-in-law is very noble. The wound has been closed, haven't you forgotten the pain?" Brother-in-law Wu Lang also came to pay his respects. Shinsu is going. One day, the young master looked worried and said to Sheng, "A disaster is coming from heaven. Can you save me?" Brother-in-law Wu Lang also came to pay his respects. Shinsu is going. One day, the young master looked worried and said to Sheng, "A disaster is coming from heaven. Can you save me? Xing didn't know what was going on, but he took charge of it. The young master rushed out, invited a family to come in, and went to the worship hall. I am so shocked that I need to ask urgently. The young master said, I am not a human being, I am a fox. Today there is a calamity of thunder. If you are willing to face the disaster with your own body, you can hope to survive as a whole, otherwise, please carry your son and go without any trouble. Live and die together with the arrow. Then he put his sword at the door. He was told, don't move when the thunder strikes. Live as taught. As a result, I saw overcast clouds in dim daylight, and it was as dark as a cloud. Looking back at the old residence, there is no more hulong, but only high tombs and huge caves with no bottom. When Fang Qiu was stunned, there was a thunderbolt, shaking the mountains. The heavy rain and strong wind uprooted the old trees. He is dizzy and deaf, and he moves a lot. Suddenly, in the thick smoke and black wadding, I saw a ghost with a sharp beak and long claws. It grabbed a person from its hole, came out, and followed the smoke straight up. When I see the clothes and shoes, I think of Jiao Na. He jumped off the ground quickly, struck him with his sword, and fell down. Suddenly there was a thunderclap and the servant died. After a short period of time, Jiao Na was able to recover. Seeing people living and dying nearby, he cried loudly and said, Kong Lang died for me, how can I live? Song Myung also came out and returned home together. Jiao Na asked Song Myung to hold his head, first used a gold hairpin to plunk his teeth, then pinched his jaw, inserted the red pill with her tongue, and then kissed it. The red pill goes into the throat with the breath and makes a rattling sound. When the time comes, it suddenly becomes clear. Seeing the family members, it's like realizing from a dream. So the family reunited, surprised and happy. Born in a secluded place, one cannot live in it for a long time. The whole room was full of praise, but Jiao Na was not happy. Please be with Wu Lang. I am also concerned that the old lady is unwilling to leave her young son. Negotiations were fruitless all day long. Suddenly, a young slave from the Wu family came in sweating and short of breath. As a result of the investigation, Wu Lang's family was also robbed on the same day and no one was left alive. Joanna was so sad that she couldn't stop crying. Let's comfort and encourage them together. And the plan of returning together was decided. When he entered the city, he went about his business for several days, and then spent the whole night dressing up. After returning to the leisure garden to live in the young master's house, he always returned to Guan. When Song Myung arrived, he started to fight. Born and raised brother and sister. Playing chess, wine, talking and banquets are like a family. The young eunuch has grown up, looks handsome, and has a fox spirit. When traveling in the city, everyone knows him as a fox. Isher said, I don't envy him for having a beautiful wife, but I envy him for having a good friend. Look at his appearance. It can cure hunger, listening to its sound can relieve hunger. After getting such a good friend, when we have a banquet, the color brings the soul, which is better than turning the clothes upside down. Volume 1 Monk Evil. Zhang died violently and followed the ghost messenger to see Hades. When the king checked the book, he was mistakenly caught by an angry ghost and ordered to send him back. Zhang Xia, secretly chatting with ghosts and envoys to see the underworld. The ghost guide goes through the 9 secluded places, the Mountain of Swords and the Tree of Swords, and gives pointers one by one. At the end, there was a monk who had his legs tied and a rope hung upside down, howling in agony. Myopia is his brother. Zhang was shocked when he saw him, and asked, "What's the crime?" The ghost said, "He is a monk. He raised money widely and paid for it for sex and gambling, so he was punished. If he wants to escape from this misfortune, he must confess himself." Zhang Jisoo, brother suspect, is dead. At that time, his brother lived in Xingfu Temple, so he went to explore it. As soon as you enter, you can hear the sound of pain. When he entered the room, he saw sores between his buttocks, with pus and blood crumbling and hanging on the wall, like a ghost hanging upside down. He asked why. He said, "It's okay to hang on for a while. Otherwise it will hurt your heart." Zhang Yin reported what he saw. The monk was so horrified that he abstained from eating meat and wine, and recited sutras and mantras devoutly. He sought recovery for half a month, so he became a monk. Isher said, "The ghost prison is vast, and the evil people always try to extricate themselves, but they don't know what's going on. Disaster. That is the punishment of the underworld. Don't be afraid." Volume 1, Witchcraft. In the public domain, he was a young knight, liked fists, and was brave, and was able to hold a high pot and perform a whirlwind dance. During the Chongzhen period, the palace examination was in the capital, and the servants could not afford to suffer from the disease. There is a good divination person in the market who can determine life and death. I will ask him on my behalf. Before he could say anything, the fortune teller said, "Don't you want to ask if your servant is sick?" The public responded in horror. Said, "The sick person is harmless, but the king is in danger." Gong Nai made his own divination, and the divination person made hexagrams. He was stunned and said, "You will die in 3 days." The duke was shocked for a long time. The fortune teller calmly said, "I have a small skill, I will reward you with 10 gold coins, and I will take care of it now." The public thought that life and death were decided, how could the skill be solved, and he rose up in response and wanted to come out. The diviner said, "Don't regret this tip. Don't regret it. Those who love the public are afraid of the public, and they are all advised to mourn him. The public does not listen." Suddenly on the 3rd day, the public sits in the hotel, quietly looking at him, and is fine all day long. At night, everyone lights up the lamp and sits dangerously leaning on the sword. If it leaks to the end, there is no way to die. I was about to take a pillow when I suddenly heard a rustling sound under the window. If you look closely, you will see that a small person is entering, and when it reaches the ground, it is as high as a person. The male caught the sword and struck it quickly, but missed the target. Then it suddenly became small and looked for the window again. Want to escape. When the public was ill, he chopped it off and fell down. If you hold the candle, the paper man's waist will be broken. The prince didn't dare to lie down, so he sat down and waited. Something came in through the window after a certain period of time, and it looked as strange and ferocious as a ghost. When it reached the ground, he hit it quickly and broke it into 2 pieces, both of which squirmed. Fearing that it would rise again, he would strike again and again, hitting both swords and swords, but his voice would not be soft. If you look at it, it will be a puppet, and its pieces will be broken into pieces. So he moved to sit under the window and looked into the gap. For a long time, I heard a sound like a cow panting outside the window. Something pushed the window lattice, and the walls of the room shook. Its momentum is about to collapse. The public was afraid of the pressure, so it was better to go out and fight, so he suddenly threw off his shoulders and ran out. I saw a giant ghost, as high as the eaves. In the dim moonlight, I saw that its face was as black as coal, and its eyes were shining with yellow light. It had no clothes on top and no shoes on the bottom. The hand bows and the waist arrows. The public is frightened, but the ghost is crooked. The Duke used his sword to move the arrow, and the arrow fell. If you want to hit it, it will bend again. The male jumped to avoid it, his arrow hit the wall, and there was a sound of fighting. The ghost was so angry that he drew his sword and waved it like the wind, hoping to strike with public force. Gong Xiang enters. The knife cuts the stone in the courtyard, and the stone breaks instantly. The male went out from between his buttocks and cut the ghost's ankle, making a loud sound. The ghost became angry, roared like thunder, turned around and chopped again. The Duke leaned in again, and the knife fell, cutting off the Duke's skirt. The Duke had already reached down and chopped it violently, making a loud sound. The ghosts froze. When the public strikes, the sound is as hard as a watchman. The candle is a puppet, as tall as a human being. The bow and arrow are still wrapped around the waist, depicting a ferocious figure. Blood bleeds wherever the sword strikes. The official duty is to wait for the day to come. Fangyu and ghosts are all divined by people. If you want to kill someone, use magic to do it. The next day, he informed his advisors and conducted divination together. The divination person sees the father from a distance, but cannot see him at a glance. Or he said, it's all a shadow-shaped technique, it can be broken by dog's blood. As he said, he went away on guard. The fortune-teller hid again as before. I was anxious to see the dog's blood in the place, but I saw that the person's head and face were all blurred by the dog's blood, and his eyes were burning like a ghost. But he killed him when he paid for it. Isher said, it is said that buying divination is an idiot. How many people in this world are dissatisfied with the living and the dead when they say this? Divination is refreshing, but it is not divination. And if you tell me clearly that my death is coming, what will happen next? What's more, those who use human life to use their magic skills are even more terrifying. Volume 1, Wild Dogs. In the Qi Rebellion, people were killed like hemp. Li Hualong, a villager, fled back from the mountains. When the soldiers came in at night, they were afraid of suffering from the disaster of Yankun. They were anxious and had no place to hide. They lay down among the dead and pretended to be corpses. After the troops were exhausted, they did not dare to rush out. Suddenly I saw K's corpse with its arms cut off, standing up like a forest. There was a corpse inside, with its severed head still attached to its shoulders, saying, "Wild dogs are coming, what can I do?" The corpses were all mixed up, and they responded, "What can I do?" After a while, he fell down and fell silent. Li Fang was about to tremble with fear when something came, with the head of an animal in the human body, biting the human head and sucking its brain. Li feared, hiding his head and lying down. Things come to push Li's shoulders, hoping to get Li's head. Li Fu. Don't get it. The object was pushed over the corpse and moved. First scene. Li Da was frightened and put his hands under his waist. He found a huge boulder like a bowl and held it. The creature leaned over and was about to escape. Li suddenly stood up and shouted, hitting its head and mouth. The thing roared like an owl, covering its mouth and running away in pain. Vomiting blood on the road. Upon inspection, 2 teeth were found in the blood, curved in the middle and sharp at the end, more than 4 inches long. When I bring it home to show it to others, no one knows what it is. Volume 1, 3 Lives. Lu Xiaoyan can remember his past life. He said that he had been a gentry all his life and had done many dirty things. He died at the age of 62. When he met Pluto for the first time, he was treated like Mr. Ruxiang and was given a seat to sit down and drink tea. The tea in Pluto's cup is clear and clear, while the tea in G's cup is as turbid as glue. Is this why I secretly suspect that the ecstasy soup should be like this? Taking advantage of Pluto's attention, he used a cup to pour out the wine from the corner of the case, and he was the one who was completely fake. Quing recorded the evil records of his previous life, and he angrily ordered a group of ghosts to knock him down and make him a horse. That's when the fierce ghosts left. Go to a house. The threshold is very high and cannot be crossed. Fang staggered. The ghost was so strong that he was so painful that he even collapsed. If you take care of yourself, you will already be in a stable position. But I heard someone say, the Li horse has given birth to a foal, and it is a male. I understood very clearly, but I couldn't say it. Feeling discouraged, I have no choice but to do it. Ask the female horse for milk. Over the past 4 or 5 years, he has cultivated his body into greatness. He is very afraid of Ta Chu, and will run away in fear when he sees a whip. When the master rides, he will have to cover obstacles and mud, and the bridle will be slow and slow, but it will not be very painful, but the slave will ride without a harness, and his ankles will be pinched. It hurts my heart. He was so angry that he didn't eat for 3 days and died. When he arrived at the Hades division, Pluto found out that the penalty limit had not been reached, and punished him for evasion, skinned him, and punished him as a dog. I feel frustrated and don't want to do anything. A bunch of ghosts are attacking him. The pain was so severe that he ran into the wild. It is better to die than to think of oneself, throw oneself over the cliff in anger, and be unable to rise from the top. When you look at yourself, your body lies in the sinus. The female dog licks it and touches it, and you know that your body has been reborn in the human world. After a little longer, you will feel dirty when you see fluid in the stool. Although it is fragrant when you smell it, you will not eat it when you think about it. After being a dog for many years, he is often angry and wants to die, but he is afraid of being punished and avoids it. And the master feeds them and refuses to kill them. That's why he bit his master's buttocks and took off his flesh. The master was angry and killed him with a stick. Pluto's Mount. When they are angry, they will go crazy and beat hundreds of them to make them look like snakes. Imprisoned in a secluded room, dark and unable to see the sky. It was very boring, so I climbed up the wall and came out of the hole in the house. If you look at yourself, you will be lying in the lush grass, and you will be like a snake. So he determined not to destroy any living things and eat the solid wood. More than a year. Every time I think about it, it is impossible to commit suicide, and it is impossible to die by harming others. I want to find a way to die well, but I don't get it. One day, while lying in the grass, I heard a car passing by. He suddenly came out of the road. The car ran over it and broke it into 2 pieces. Pluto was surprised at his speed. Because Pufu cut himself open. The king of Hades killed him because he was not guilty, and allowed him to become a human again after the expiry of his time limit. This is Lu Gong. Gong was born and could speak well, and his articles in history were often recited. Xianu promoted filial piety and integrity. Everyone advises people, when riding a horse, the mud will thicken its barrier. The punishment of a butt clamp is better than a whip. Ishur said, "Those who have hairy horns have princes and great people among them. Therefore, among the princes and great people, there may not be those who have hairy horns among them. Therefore, those who are humble are good." It's like planting a tree in search of flowers. It's good to be noble. It's like cultivating the roots of flowers. Those who plant them can grow big, and those who cultivate them can last a long time. Otherwise, he will be burdened with the salt cart, restrained and made like a horse. Otherwise, he will eat the feces liquid, be cooked, and become a dog with him. Otherwise, he would bury the crane and stork covered in scales and turn them into snakes. Volume 1, The Fox Enters the Vase. The wife of the Shur family in Wansuan was haunted by foxes and could not get rid of them. There was a vase behind the door. Whenever she heard the woman coming, the fox would often hide in it. The woman is familiar with the secret, but does not say anything about it. One day, the woman rushed in and plugged the mouth of the bottle with wadding, put it in a cauldron, and boiled the soup. When the bottle is hot, the fox calls out, "It's very hot. Don't play any tricks." The woman is silent, and the whistle becomes more urgent and silent for a long time. Get out of the way and test it out. It's just a pile of hair and a few blood points. Volume 1, Ghosts Cry. After the change of Xie Qian, all officials became dens of thieves. Wang Shui's envoy Qixiang's house was robbed and gathered together by a large number of people. The city was broken and soldiers entered, mopping up the ugly people. Corpses were piled high, and blood flowed out of the gates. When the Duke entered the city, he beat the corpses to wash away the blood and lived there. I often see ghosts during the day, and at night, phosphorus flies under the bed, and ghosts cry in the corner. One day, when Wang Shenghao Di was staying at the public house, he heard a voice from under the bed calling out in a low voice, "Hao Di." The voice got louder and louder, saying, "I will die in misery." Because of crying, the whole court cried. When the public heard about it, he entered with his sword in hand and said loudly, "You don't know our king's academy?" But he heard hundreds of scoffs and laughed. The public then set up a water and land Taoist temple and ordered Shi Dao to repent and save him. Throw ghost rice at night. Then you can see phosphorus fire shining everywhere. First of all, people with the surname Wang in Yen were very ill and were unconscious for several days. That evening, suddenly I woke up and my wife was eating. The king said, "The master does not know what is going on, so he serves rice in the court." I also ate it with everyone. The food has been eaten, so you are not hungry. Thus, the ghosts and monsters are eliminated. How can cymbals, bells and drums, flame mouth yoga, and yoga be beneficial? Escher said, "Only virtue can eliminate evil and monsters." When the city falls. The prince is so powerful that everyone who hears his voice trembles, and the ghosts laugh at him. Do you think about ghosts and know that they will not end? I would like to tell all the gentlemen in the world, you cannot scare ghosts with the appearance of human beings. I wish you could never scare people with the appearance of ghosts. Volume 1, True Dating Girl. There was an orphan girl in Zendingji, who was adopted into her husband's family when she was 6 or 7 years old. After living together for 2 or 3 years, the husband seduced her into having sex with her and she became pregnant. If the abdomen is distended and you think you are ill, report it to your mother. Mother asked, "Do you want to move?" She said, "Move." It's also beneficial. However, his teeth are too immature and he dare not make a decision. A boy will be born soon. The mother sighed and said, "If you don't want to punch your mother, you will give birth to a cone." Volume 1, Jiao Borer. Dong Shidu Moen's house was disturbed by foxes, and the rubble and masonry suddenly fell like hail. The family members rushed to hide, waiting for a break before daring to take action. If the public is in trouble, he pretends to be in charge of the imperial court and Sun Sima Di moves him away. But the fox is still there. One day in the middle of the court, waiting for leakage, it is appropriate to say the difference. The minister may have said that the Guangdong Taoist priest Jiao Jian lived in the inner city and always practiced the art of Qi Lu, which was quite effective. The public built a house and asked for it. Taoist Zhu Shufu sticks to the wall. The fox was not afraid, and the throws made him better. Announcement to Taoist priests. The Taoist priest was angry and went to the official's house to build an altar and perform rituals. Suddenly, I saw a giant fox lying under the altar. The family had been tortured for a long time, and it was very angry. A maid came close to attack it, and the maid suddenly died. The Taoist said, "This thing is so rampant that I cannot subdue it." How can a woman offend you lightly? Then he said, "You can borrow Jiuhu's poems to get it." When the curse on the halberd finger moved, the maid suddenly stood up and knelt down. The Taoist priest asked her where she lived. The maid said like a fox, "I am from the western region, and I have been in the capital for 18 generations." The Taoist said, "Under the chariot hub." How can you live here for a long time? Go quickly. The fox didn't answer. The Taoist priest attacked the case and said angrily, "You want to hinder my order? If you continue to be tortuous, the law will not forgive you." The fox was looking frightened and wanted to be taught. The Taoist priest came quickly, and the maidservant returned. It's been a long time since Su. I saw 4 or 5 white lumps, rolling like balls and clinging to the eaves, chasing each other one after another, and then disappeared in an instant. So Swayan. Volume 1 Yisheng. Those who grow leaves in Huaiyang lose their names. Articles and Poems. At that time, he was the best, but what he encountered was unexpected, and he was trapped in the famous place. Ding Qinghe from Guangdong came to command the city. When he saw its writing, he was surprised by it. He summoned and spoke to him and was very happy. Even if the official office is illuminated, money and grain will be given to support his family. Worth the science test. Gong Yu became famous among the scholars and won the championship. The public expected Qi Xia, and Empress Wei asked for the text to read it, and praised the verses. Unexpectedly, the time limit is limited, the article hates fate, and when the list is released, it still fails. He returned home in mourning, feeling ashamed of his close friends. The shape is pinned to the bone, as crazy as a puppet. When the public heard about it, he was summoned to comfort him. He was still crying. The public took pity on him, and he entered the capital after completing the imperial examination, and took him with him to the north. I am very grateful. After saying goodbye, Du Men did not leave. No sleep problems. The public's legacy is endless. But taking hundreds of medicines has no effect. Gong Shi was dismissed for disobeying the official, and was about to be dismissed. The letter sent to him said, "I will return to the east someday, so if I am late, I will wait for my step. I will arrive in the morning, and my servant will return in the evening." Pass on the couch. Sheng held the book and sobbed, and sent a message to the envoy. "It's hard to get rid of a disease, so please go first." The man turned pale. The prince couldn't bear to go, so he waited for him. After a few days, the doorman suddenly arrived through Yisheng. The public is happy and welcomes him to ask questions. Sheng said, "Because dogs and horses are sick, I have to wait for a long time and worry about everything. Fortunately, I can use the walking stick now." The master put on his clothes and was ready to start school. When he arrived, he ordered his son to be a teacher, and he stayed with him all night. The master's name was Zaichang. He was 16 years old, and he was still incapable of writing. However, he was extremely intelligent. Whenever literature and art pass by once or twice, they are never forgotten. After a few years of residence, he can write a book. With the benefit of public power, he entered Yixiang. The student recorded and taught all his career plans in his life. There are no omissions in the 7 questions in Wei Zhong, and he is the best in Zhongya. One day, the public said to Sheng, "You have left me, and you have made your son famous." But Huang Zhongchang abandoned it. Sheng said, "It is almost destined. I will use the blessings to exhale for the article, so that the world will know that half of my life has been reduced, and it is not a crime of war. Also, wish is enough. Moreover, if a scholar has a confidant, he will have no regrets. Why give up the white hair? It is said to be profitable. Since I have been a guest for a long time, I am afraid that I will miss the annual examination, so I urge you to return to the province. I am unhappy because of the miserable life, and I cannot bear to be strong. Ask the young master to go to the capital to collect grain for him." The young master returned to Jianan Palace, where he was appointed to take charge of the ministry. He took his son to prison and spent the morning and evening with him. When he was over the age of 18, he was born in Beiwei and was recommended by his hometown. Hui Gongzi sent Nanhe Dianwu, because he said to Sheng, "This trip is not far from your hometown. Sir, you have traveled all the way to the sky, and the brocade returns quickly. I am also happy to be alive. I chose auspiciousness and went on the road. I arrived at the Huaiyang border and ordered my servants and horses to send me back home. I felt very sad when I saw that the door was in ruins. I wandered to the court. The wife went out with a winnowing tool, and when she saw someone alive, she threw the winnowing tool and ran away. Sheng said sadly, "I am so noble now. We haven't met each other for 3 or 4 years. Why do we suddenly no longer know each other?" His wife said from afar, "You have been dead for a long time. Why should you say you are noble again? That's why your coffin has been flooded for a long time." His family is poor and his son has young ears. Now that Ada has been established, we will conduct divination and don't do anything weird to scare people. When I heard about it, I felt melancholy. I wandered into the room and saw the coffin lying there. It fell to the ground and was destroyed. My wife looked at it in shock. The clothes, hats, and shoes are like sloughing off. In great mourning, he hugged his clothes and cried sadly. When the son came back from the school, he saw the married woman at the door, and the interrogator came. He was so frightened that he ran to complain to his mother. The mother told her with tears in her eyes. He also inquired carefully about his followers, and then he learned the truth. When the servant returned, the young master heard about it. Weeping and drooping. That is to say, he ordered the driver to cry in his room. He went out to prepare a funeral camp and was buried with filial piety and courtesy. He also left his son to teach Yanshi. He spoke to the scholar and traveled to Pan for more than a year. Isher said, "The soul comes from a close friend and forgets to die." Those who heard it doubted it, but others believed it deeply. The beautiful girl who shares the same heart is still the soul on the pillow. The good friend who travels thousands of miles still knows the road in the dream. What's more, the traces of cocoons and silk flies spit out the heart and liver of scholars. The flowing water and high mountains can lead to the life of my Chow. Alas! When encountering difficulties, encounters are not coincidental. Whereabouts are missing. I am always worried about the shadow. I am proud and proud, scratching my head and loving myself. Sighing at the sourness of the face, the teasing of ghosts comes. If you frequently live in a healthy state, your beard and hair will look ugly. Once sun shone is outside, the article will be full of flaws. The people who cry bitterly in ancient and modern times are Bien and Wei. The people who turn the crowd upside down. Who is Bolei? Holding the thorn in my arms, I lost all my words in 3 years. I turned sideways and looked around, feeling homeless all over the world. Life in the world. Just close your eyes and walk around, listening to the low and high of creation. There are also many Angzangs in the world who have fallen like Yisheng. How can Guan regain his authority and live and die by it? Alas! Volume 1, 40,000. The great Sima, the king of Xinsheng, has a chief planner and a servant, and his family name is Sufeng. Suddenly, a man rushed in from the dream and said, "You owe 40,000, it's better to pay it back now." He didn't answer the question and went inside. After waking up, the wife gave birth to a boy. Know it as a sin. So a room was built with 40,000 bundles, and all the children were provided with food, clothing, disease, and medicine. After 3 or 4 years of age, there was only 700 money left in the room. Grandma Shainu arrived with her baby in her arms. She smiled at him and called out to him, "The 40,000 is about to be used up. It's time for you to go." As soon as he finished speaking, his color suddenly changed, his neck was folded, and his eyes were wide open. When he stroked him again, his breath was gone. He used the remaining funds to buy funeral utensils and then died. This can be a warning for those who owe money. In the past, there was an old man who had no children and asked the eminent monks. The monk said, "You owe nothing to others, and others owe nothing to you." Wu Detzi. The reason for giving birth to a beautiful child is to repay my fate, and the reason for giving birth to a naughty child is to take my debt. Do not be happy for the living, and do not feel sad for the dead. Volume 1, Becoming an Immortal. When Deng, Zhou Sheng, and Qing Xingshao both wrote in inkstones, so they named it Chujiujio. He became poor, so he stayed in the Zhou dynasty all year round. When it comes to teeth, Zhou is the longest, and Zhou's wife is called her sister-in-law. The order of the festival is like a family. Zhou's wife gave birth to a son and died suddenly after giving birth. After employing the Wang family, I did not invite him to see him because he was young. One day, Wang's younger brother came to visit his sister and had a banquet in the bedroom. When the time comes, the family members will understand each other, and Zhou will be invited to invite him. If he does not succeed, he will resign. Zhou chased him and returned, moving his table to another house. As soon as he sat down, there was a servant of Bai who was whipped heavily by the governor of the city. First, the servants of Huang's family were criticizing each other for grazing the fields. The shepherd servant went to complain to the lord, captured the servant and sent him to the official, so he was flogged. Zhou Yin found out the reason through cross-examination. He said angrily, "How can I get you as a pig-herding slave of the Huang family?" His ancestors served the great father and promoted his ambition, but there is no one. Filled with anger, he became angry and wanted to find Huang. He stopped and said, "The world of Qiangliang is completely innocent. What's more, today's officials and semi-strong bandits don't use spears and arcs." Zhou didn't listen. After repeated admonitions, Zhou stopped crying. He refused to let go of his anger. He turned around and said to his family, "The Huang family bullies me. I have a hatred for you, so I'll leave it alone." The officials of the imperial court are not powerful family officials. Even if they compete with each other, they still have to work together. How can they be like dogs? I will also treat his servants and see how they will be divided. The officials of the imperial court are not powerful family officials. Even if they compete with each other, they still have to work together. How can they be like dogs? I will also treat his servants and see how they will be divided. The family members encouraged him, and the plan was decided. He went to the slaughter with a petition. Slaughtering them and throwing them away, the Zhou dynasty was angry and invaded and slaughtered. The chief was ashamed and tied him because of his arrest. After Qing visited Zhou dynasty and learned about the lawsuit in the city. If you rush to stop him, you are already in jail. Nothing to do. At that time, he captured 3 pirates. Zai and Huang bribed him and ordered him to join Zhou's party. According to the poem, Shen deposed his top coat and plundered him cruelly. When they were imprisoned, they looked at each other in misery. Planned to knock on the door. Zhou said, "The body is tied to a heavy body, like a bird in a cage. Even if he has a weak brother, he is no longer worthy of providing food for the prisoner." Qing Rui takes charge of himself. He said, "This is my responsibility. Don't be hasty when it's difficult, it's the best thing to do." That's okay. Zhou's brother Xingji has been gone for a long time. To the capital, there is no access control. According to legend, the general went hunting and was hidden in the wooden market. The Russians passed by, dancing and wailing. Then it was accurate. He was sent down by post to be reviewed by the Ministry of Justice. It was more than 10 months after reading, and Zhou had already falsely accused him and discussed it. When the court received the imperial approval, they were greatly frightened and returned to the throne. Huang Yihai murdered Zhou. Because he bribed the prisoner and deprived him of food and drink, his younger brother came to ask questions, but he refused. Qing went to the hospital again to complain, and was asked questions. He was already hungry and could not afford it. The courtyard was angry and the prisoner was killed with a stick. Huang De paid thousands of gold and asked him to escape from the camp, so he was exempted from the vague title. Zai intends to rip off by perverting the law. Zhou Feng returned. Benefit the liver and gallbladder. Since he has been involved in lawsuits, the world is gloomy and cold, so he invites Zhou Kai to hide. Zhou Deng, a young woman, always laughs at her. Although Qing did not say anything, his intention was very decisive. I won't be here for a few days after we say goodbye. When Zhou envoys visited his home, his family members suspected that he was in Zhou's residence. When you don't see anything, you start to doubt. Zhou Exan knew the difference and sent people to trace it. He visited the temple, looked at the rocks and ravines, and found out everything there was to see. At that time, he offered gold and silk as a gift to his son. In 89 years, Qing suddenly arrived, wearing a yellow scarf and a cloak, looking calm and dignified. Zhou Shi held up his arms and said, "Where are you going, causing me to search for you all over the place?" Qing smiled and said, "The solitary cloud and the wild crane have no fixed place to live. Fortunately, I am strong and healthy again." Zhou Ming bought wine and opened the room a little wide, hoping to change his Taoism. Qing smiled and said nothing. Zhou said, "What a fool! Why abandon your wife and children and leave them with nothing?" Qing smiled and said, "No. People will abandon you, but who can abandon it? When I asked where I was staying, I was told that it was at the Qing Palace on Laoshan Mountain. After I reached my full bed, I dreamed that I was lying naked on my chest and couldn't breathe. I was surprised and asked what was going on. No answer. Suddenly he was startled and held back, and his call became unanswered. I sat down and searched for it, but I didn't know where I was going. When he was about to move, he realized that he was on the couch. He was shocked and said, "I wasn't drunk yesterday, why did I end up here?" He called his family. When the family is angry, it seems to be successful. There are many mustaches in Zhou. If you use your hands to smooth them out, there will be few stems. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was surprised and said, "Qingxing is here, where can I go?" I have realized this, and I know that Qing uses illusion to hide himself. He wanted to return home, but because of his strange appearance, he refused to listen. Zhou also couldn't figure it out for himself, so he ordered his servants to go find it. After a few days of entering Laoshan, the horses were running fast and the servants could not reach them. Under the resting tree, I saw many visitors coming and going. Inside the Taoist people's eyes are Zhou, and Zhou Yin is asking questions. The Taoist laughed and said, "Heir's name is right, it seems to be in Shangqing." The words have gone away. Zhou looked after him and saw another person talking to someone a few yards away. He also left without saying anything. The person he spoke to gradually arrived, and he was born in the same society. When he saw Zhou, he was surprised and said, "I haven't seen you for several years." People think that you are famous for learning Taoism, but you are playing with the world. Zhou described the difference. Sheng was surprised and said, "I met him at the right time and thought he was your king. It won't be long, or it won't be far." Zhou Dei said, "How strange." Why don't you recognize each other when you look at each other? The servant came looking for it and galloped, but there was no sign. It was so vast that it was difficult to advance or retreat independently. I thought I had no place to go, so I decided to pursue it. But it was so dangerous that I could no longer ride it. Then he paid his servant with his horse and returned, meandering on his own. I saw an independent child in the distance. I approached him to ask about his progress and told him why. Tong said that he would become a disciple, and he would pay for his clothes and food, and guide him along the way. Sleeping in the open under the stars, traveling far away. Arrives in 3 days. It is not the so-called supreme purity in the world. It was mid-October, and the roads were covered with mountain flowers, unlike early winter. When a child enters the retribution, he emerges as soon as he is accomplished and begins to recognize his own form. Holding hands and entering, they set out to drink and banquet. Seeing the colorful birds, they are not startled when they are tame, and their sound is like a reed. Occasionally, I heard my voice ringing from my seat, and my heart felt very strange. However, the worldly thoughts are so intense that I have no intention of lingering. There are 2 futons underground, and they sit side by side. After the second watch, all worries were calm, and suddenly it seemed as if he had taken a nap, and his body felt like it had changed position. Doubtful. Since he stroked his chin, he was still thinking about it. At dawn, I want to return. Make it solid and stay. After 3 days, he said, I have had a good sleep for a long time. I will send you off early. Just as he was about to cross his eyelashes, he heard Ching call and said, the luggage is all ready. Then he got up and followed him. What we are doing is not the old way. Not long after I woke up, I was already in sight. Sit down and wait on the side of the road for your own return. Zhou Qiang couldn't help it, so he walked to the door of his house. I can't answer the knock, and I want to jump over the wall. I feel that my body is floating like a leaf, and I have already passed it in 1 leap. After passing several heavy walls, he arrived at the bedroom. The lamps and candles were shining brightly, but the people inside were not sleeping, and they were talking to each other. When I peeked through the window, I saw that my wife was drinking from the same cup as a servant, looking very obscene. Then the anger is burning, and the plan will be concealed. And I'm afraid that I won't be able to win alone. Then he dived out, ran out, rushed to the throne, and begged for help. Ching followed it generously and went straight to bed. Zhou raised the Shilao gate, and the interior was very open. The more urgent the beating, the stronger the internal closure. When he moved his sword, he suddenly realized. Zhou rushed in and his servant rushed out of the house. Ching stood outside the door and struck him with his sword, breaking off his shoulders and arms. Zhou Ji held his wife and tortured her for interrogation, only to find out that when she was taken into custody, she had sex with her servants. Zhou borrowed a sword to kill his head, and it was among the trees in the Changcheng garden. He came out from Cheng and found his way back. Suddenly he woke up and found himself on the couch. He said in shock, "The strange dreams are so different that they scare people." Qing Xiao said, "The dreamer thinks it is real, and the real person thinks it is a dream." Zhou asked in shock. Qing drew his sword to show it, but the blood was still spattered. Zhou was shocked, and his suspicion turned into an illusion. Qing knew what he meant, so he dressed up and sent him back. He walked to the inner gate and said, "In the past night, the people who leaned on the sword and treated each other are not here. I hate seeing evil, please return to you here. If you don't come after midnight, I will leave on my own." Zhou Zi's home was desolate, and there seemed to be no one living there. He returned to his brother's house. When he saw his brother, he burst into tears and said, "After my brother left, he killed his sister-in-law at night and cut her intestines. It was so cruel and tragic that we can mourn her. So far no official arrest has been made." Zhou Ruming wakes up, because he tells her with love, he will not be punished. My brother was stunned for a long time. Zhou asked about his son and ordered the old woman to carry him there. Zhou said, "This infant is of great concern to Zhongshu, and I take good care of it. My brother wants to die." Then he set off and left. My younger brother Tissi pursues him, but he laughs and ignores his actions. "Go to the wild and see what you have accomplished, and go with it." Looking back from afar, he said, "The happiest thing is to endure things." My brother wanted to say something, but with one move, he was invisible. When he stood up and moved, he cried bitterly and returned. Brother Zhou is sincere. If he is not good at managing his family's production, he will live in poverty for several years and his family will become poor. As his son grows older, he cannot be appointed as a teacher because he teaches himself. One morning when I arrived at Zhai, I saw a letter on my desk, which was tightly sealed and signed Zhongshu Qi. It was judged that it was the trace of my brother. When I opened my eyes, there was nothing but a claw, about 2 fingers long, which made me feel strange. Put your armor on an inkstone and go out to ask your family where they are coming from, but you are ignorant. Looking back, I was shocked to see that the inkstone turned into gold. The same is true for copper and iron. Get rich from this. He was given 1,000 pieces of gold as his son because it was said that the 2 families had a touch of gold. Volume 1 Groom. The eldest son of Mei Xiaoyan in the south of the Yangtze River said that his hometown grandson was the prime minister of Dezhou. The strange case of Jie Yi. In the early days, there was a man in the village who married a wife for his son, and the newcomers came to the house and congratulated each other. After drinking until the last minute, the groom came out and saw the bride showing off her clothes. He turned around and followed her with suspicion. There is a long stream behind the house and a small bridge leads to it. Seeing the bride crossing the bridge path, I became more suspicious. No response. He beckoned his son-in-law with his hand from afar, but his son-in-law was anxious to take advantage of it. The distance between each other is enough, but the soldiers are out of reach. After walking a few miles, we entered a village. The woman stopped and said to her son-in-law, "I am not used to the loneliness in your family. Please stay with me at my concubine's house for a few days and then return to the province together." After saying this, he pulled out his hairpin and knocked on the door. A girl came out and answered the door. The woman entered first and had no choice but to follow her. After entering, the parents-in-law were both in the hall, and they called their son-in-law, "My daughter is spoiled. I haven't left my knees for a moment, but once I go to my hometown, I feel sad all the time. Today, I am here with you, and I am very happy to express my condolences and thoughts. After staying for a few days, I will send them back home." Then he cleaned up the room, prepared beds and mattresses, and then lived there. The guests at home saw that the groom had not arrived for a long time. Ask for it together. Only the bride is in the room, and I don't know where the husband is. Therefore, there is no cost for access from far and near. The old man was in tears and said that he must die. About half a year later, the woman's family mourned the loss of her daughter, so she asked her father in the village to say goodbye to her. The villager's father was sad and said, "There is no verification of the bones and clothes. How could I know that my son is a foreign object? Even if he is dying and is 1 year old, it is not too late to get married. Why is he in such a hurry?" The woman's father named him and filed a lawsuit. Court. Grandpa's son was suspicious. At a loss what to do, he was ordered to wait for 3 years, put on record, and be sent away. In the village, the son lives in the daughter's house, and the family members treat each other very well. Every time I discussed returning home with my wife, she agreed, but she didn't follow the rules. After accumulating for more than half a year, my heart is wandering and worried. He wants to go home alone, but his wife stays behind. One day, the whole family was in a hurry, and it seemed that there was something urgent. Hastily said to his son-in-law, "I planned to send the couple back home together on the 32nd, but unexpectedly, they suddenly disappeared because of unprepared rituals and equipment. I had no choice but to send him back first." So he sent him out and returned immediately, talking in a very hasty manner. When he was about to look for a way out, he looked back and saw that the courtyard was empty, but when he saw the high tomb, he was shocked. After finding the way back home in a hurry, I told the story of the end of the journey and reported it to the official. Sun Gong detained the woman and her father and ordered her to send her home so that he could marry her. Volume 1 Lingguan. A certain Taoist priest from Chaotian Temple was fond of the art of breathing, and there was a man who took up residence in the temple. He liked it and became a friend of Xian. Lived there for several years. Whenever there is a festival in the suburbs, they often leave for 10 days and then return to the suburbs. The Taoist priest asked in doubt. Wang said, "We cannot go against each other. You can tell me the truth. I am a fox. When the suburbs come, all the gods will be pure and filthy, and I will not tolerate them, so I am hiding." Another year passed on time, and he did not return for a long time. I doubt it. One day he came suddenly and asked why. He replied, "I will never see you again." I wanted to stay far away, but my mind was quite lazy. I saw that the gutter was very hidden, so I lurked under the urn. Unexpectedly, the spirit official's excrement was removed here, and when he saw it, he was angry and wanted to be whipped, but he ran away in fear. The spirit officer was chasing after him in a hurry. When we reach the Yellow River, we are almost there. In great embarrassment and without any plan, he fled into the thicket. The gods hated their filth and began to return. Already out. Contaminated by the stench, it is impossible to return to the human world. Then he poured himself into the water and hid himself in a cave for 100 days, and the dirt and turbidity began to clear up. Now I say farewell to you, and I would like to advise you that you should also hide and go away. A great calamity is coming, and this is not a blessed place. Having said goodbye, the Taoist priest followed his words and left. Soon there was a change in Jiashan. Volume 1 Wang Lan. Wang Lan of Lijin died of a sudden illness, and the king of hell conducted a re-examination, which was due to the mistake of the ghost soldiers. If he is sent back to life after being punished, his corpse will be defeated. The ghost was afraid of sin and said to the king, "Human being a ghost will be miserable, and ghost being an immortal will be happy. If you are happy, why should you live?" The king thought so. The ghost said, "Here is a fox golden elixir that has been made. If you steal the elixir and swallow it, the soul will not be separated and will live forever. But whatever it is, it's all satisfactory. Is this what you want?" The king followed it. The ghost led him away and entered a high place. He saw a pavilion and a canal, but no one was there. There was a fox under the moon, looking up at the sky. When he exhaled, a pill came out of his mouth. Go straight up into the middle of the moon, take a breath and fall again, hold it with your mouth, and then breathe out again, and so on. The ghost lurked beside him, and when he vomited, he hurriedly picked it up in his hand and handed it to the king to swallow it. The fox was frightened and had a winning attitude. When he saw the two of them, he was afraid that he would be defeated and left in anger. The king said goodbye to the ghost and went to his home. When his wife saw him, she was frightened but left. The king told him this and gradually gathered. From this, the sleeping place at home is as usual. His friend Zhang heard about it and understood it, and his words were warm and cool when they met. Because Zhang said, "Roa and I were born in poverty, but now that we have the skills to become rich, how can our children travel away from me?" Zhang Weiwei. Wang said, "I can cure the disease without medicine and diagnose without divination. I want to show up, but I'm afraid those who recognize me will be surprised. Is it okay to just stick to my body?" Zhang Yuweiwei. So he dressed up and went to the border of Shangxi. When a girl from a wealthy family gets sick suddenly, she looks dizzy and looks poor. Zhang built his house and dazzled himself with his skills. The rich man stopped this girl and cherished her very much. Those who are able to heal are willing to reward them with 1,000 pieces of gold. Zhang asked to look at it and entered the room from the old man. He saw the girl lying in silence. He opened her quilt and caressed her body. The girl was unconscious. The king privately told Zhang, "This soul is dead, so we should find it." Zhang Nai told Wang, "Although the illness is critical, it can be saved. Asked, what medicine is needed? Everyone said, no. The soul of the young master has left his home, and the industry has sent the gods to find it. About an hour later, the king suddenly came and said that he had obtained it. Zhang Nai invited Wang to come in again and caressed him. After a few moments, the girl couldn't stretch her legs and her eyes suddenly opened. Wang was overjoyed and asked. The woman said, in the theater, I saw a young man carrying a spring bird, and several people were leading horses behind him. He was eager to run away, but was stopped. The young man taught his son how to play with a bow. He was too shy. He carried his son on horseback and rode tiredly. He smiled and said, I enjoy playing with you, don't be ashamed. A few miles into the mountains, I immediately started yelling and cursing. The young man was so angry that he pushed me down the roadside, wanting to go back to nowhere. There happened to be a person catching my child's arm, running as fast as a gallop, arriving home in an instant, and suddenly waking up from a dream. Wang Shenji. The fruit is worth 1,000 gold. Wang Su and Zhang Mao left 200 gold for road use, took the rest and paid it to their son. He also ordered 300 as a gift to the Zhang family and returned it. The next day I said goodbye to Wang, but I couldn't see where the gold was hidden, which made me wonder. Give it as a generous gift. A few days later, Zhang met He Kai, a fellow countryman in the suburbs. He who only drinks and gambles but does not make a living will be as poor as a beggar. Hearing that Zhang had acquired a strange skill and gained gold without any calculation, he rushed to find it. The king advised him to return with a small gift. I won't change my old ways. After 10 days of wandering, Zhang will be found again. The king knew this and said, You can't deal with the arrogant and rebellious talents. It is only suitable to bribe them to send them away. It will only cause disaster. After a few days, the results will be achieved, and the strong and obedient will follow. Zhang said, I knew you would come back. You are addicted to gambling every day. How can 1,000 pieces of gold fill a bottomless sin? If you sincerely change your behavior, I will give you 100 gold coins. When Kai Noa promised him, he opened his purse and gave it to him. Chao Kai left, and put 100 gold in the ladle, gambling on the benefits of Hao. The benefits were narrow and evil, and they were swayed like dirt. The soldiers in the city were suspicious and held on to him. When held hostage to officials, they were tortured and plundered cruelly. Only then did he tell Jin Sui lie. Zhang was captured only after he was sent to prison. Create a drama, but die on the way. My soul never forgets Zhang, and I rely on him again and again because I met with the king. One day, they gathered together to drink in Yandan, and then they got drunk and started shouting wildly. Wang Zhizhi refused to listen. When it was time to patrol the imperial censor, he heard the call and searched for it, and got Zhang. Zhang is afraid and tells the truth. The censor was angry and whipped him to punish the gods. In the night dream, the man in golden armor said, Zhao Wanglan died innocently, and now he is a ghost and immortal. Medicine is also a magical skill. Don't be evil. Now, by the order of the emperor, he is appointed as the envoy of the Qing dynasty. He Kai is evil and has been punished by the Iron Mountain. Zhang is not guilty and should be forgiven. When the censor woke up and made a difference, he released Zhang. Zhang made a package and made it inside. There were hundreds of gold in the bag. I would like to send half of it to the Wang family. The descendants of the Wang family became rich from this. Volume 1, Eagle and Tiger God. The Donghua Temple in the county town is in Nanghua. To the left and right of the gate, there are gods more than 10 feet tall, commonly known as eagle and tiger gods. They are ferocious and terrifying. The Taoist priests in the temple had any surname, and every time the rooster crows they would burn it and recite it. There was a thief hiding in the corridor, waiting for the Taoist priest to get up, sneaking into the dormitory and searching for property. There was nothing in the room, but I got $300 from the bottom of the recommendation, put it in my waist, and pulled it out. We'll climb Chinhua Mountain. After running south for a long time, we reached the foot of the mountain. I saw a giant man coming from the mountain with a goshawk in his left arm, and I met him. In nearsightedness, the face is bronze green, vaguely like those seen in temple gates. Terrified, he crouched and fought. The god was surprised and asked, "Where is the stolen money?" The stolen money became more frightened and kept knocking. The god ordered him to return to the temple and kneel down to guard him with all the money he had stolen. The Taoist priest finished his lesson and looked back in shock. Narrative of stolen stories. The Taoist priest took his money and sent him away. Volume 1, Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng is the son of Pingyuan Gu family. He is the laziest by nature, his life has gone down, and he has only a few shabby houses left. He and his wife sleep in cow clothes, and they are miserable. It's hot in the middle of summer. There is Zhou family garden outside the village. All the walls have collapsed, but only one pavilion remains. Many villagers stayed there, and the king was also there. At dawn, all the sleepers have left, and the three-pole king of the red sun has begun to rise, wandering about to return. I saw a golden hairpin on the edge of the grass. I picked it up and looked at it. There were small words engraved on it. Yibin government system. The king's ancestor was a guest of honor in the Hang mansion. There were many old things in his house of this style, so he hesitated to get the hairpin. A woman came to look for it. Although the king was poor, he was of a mediocre nature, so he gave it to him in a hurry. The woman was happy and praised her virtues very much. Said, "The value of a hairpin is geometric." The legacy of my late husband. Asked, "Who is your husband?" The answer is, therefore, it is also the guest of rights and King Cambodia. Wang Jing said, "My ancestors, why did we meet?" The woman was also surprised and said, "You are the grandson of Wang Jianji. I am the fox fairy. 100 years ago, I was in love with my ancestors. After the death of Emperor Juanzhu, his old body went into hiding. It's only a matter of days that this left-behind hairpin will be suitable for the executioner. The king also heard that his ancestor had a fox wife. He believed his words and invited him to visit. The woman followed. The king called his wife to come out, but she was defeated and the dishes were dim. The woman sighed and said, "Laugh. Wang Jian's grandson is so poor." He also looked at the smokeless stove and said, "With this kind of family budget, how can we make a living?" The wife sobbed and cried as she described her poverty in detail. The woman gave her a hairpin and asked her to pledge money and rice. "Please see you again in 3 days." The king persuaded him to stay. The woman said, "You have only one wife and you can't survive. I'm here, living in the house, what's the use?" Then she walked away. The king told his wife why, and she was greatly frightened. The king recited his righteousness and sent his aunt to serve him, and his wife promised to do so. 3 days later, the fruit arrived, and there were several pieces of gold, 1 stone each of millet and wheat. He spent the night with his wife on a short couch. The woman was afraid of it at first, but then she realized that it was a special punch and she no longer had any doubts. The next day, he addressed the king and said, "Don't be sentimental, Sunday. It's better to pursue a small career." Birds of prey can grow even if they sit and eat. The king complained that he had no money. The woman said, "When your ancestors were here, you could take the golden spring according to your needs. I think outsiders don't need it, so I don't take too much." 40 taels of gold accumulated in pollen are still there to this day. It will be useless if stored for a long time. You can go to Shi to market Ge and go to the capital soon, and you can get a little rest. The king followed it and bought more than 50 pieces to return. The woman ordered her to arrive in Yendu in 6 or 7 days. She said, "It is better to be diligent rather than lazy, it is better to be hasty rather than slow, and it is a day too late. It's too late to regret it. Wang Jingnua, the bags and goods are on their way. It rains on the way, and the clothes and shoes are soaked." Wang has never experienced wind and frost in his life, and is exhausted, so he takes a break in the hotel. Unexpectedly, it is gurgling through the dusk, and the rain on the eaves is like ropes. It is very beneficial to spend the night in mud. When I see passers-by trampling on their feet, I am afraid of the pain. By noon in the pavilion it was getting dry, the clouds were overcast and the rain was pouring again. Believe it or not. Near Beijing, I heard that the price of gugu was very high, which made me feel happy. Enter the Jizhuang Inn in the capital. The master regrets his lateness. First of all, the South Road is initially connected, and there are very few gaji. Baylor Mansion was in a hurry to buy it, and the price was very high, 3 times higher than usual. Those who bought enough the day before were disappointed. The master complained to the king. The king was unhappy. As the days passed, more and more kudzu grew, and the price dropped. The king refused to sell it because it was unprofitable. More than 10 days late, I have a lot of troubles due to food consumption, which makes me even more depressed. The owner persuaded him to sell it at a low price, but he decided to change it to his own plan. From then on, I lost more than 10 taels of capital and took it all off. If you get up early, you will make a final plan. If you get up and look into the bag, the gold will be lost. He warned his master that he had nothing to do. Or persuade the official to ask the master to pay. The king sighed and said, "What do I do to the master if I count this?" The master heard about it and was virtuous. A gift of 5 taels was given to comfort the envoy's return. Thinking that he could not see his grandmother, he was wandering around inside and outside, and was in a dilemma. Those who see a quail fight will bet thousands at a time. 1 quail in each market will cost hundreds of dollars. Suddenly, the money in the calculation bag is only enough to sell quail. As a business owner, the owner is eager to encourage him. Let's make an appointment for accommodation and food, but don't take it for what it is worth. Wang Shi, go ahead. After purchasing quails, they return to the capital. The owner is happy, congratulations on the quick sale. At night, it rained heavily, and at dawn the water on the road was like a river. The rain is still lingering. Waiting for the weather to clear up, it lasts for several days and never ends. Watching the caged quail gradually die. The king was greatly frightened and did not know what his plan was. As the days passed, more and more died, and only a few remained, which were kept in a cage. Peep through the night. Then only 1 quail remains. Because he complained to his master, he burst into tears, and his master was also embarrassed. The king spent all his money and did not return home, but he wanted to die, and his master comforted him. They all went to look at the quail, and after careful consideration, they said, "This looks like a beautiful thing. All the quails are dead." It may not necessarily be a fight and a killing. You have nothing to do in your spare time, so please take it as a good thing, and you can make a living by gambling. The king followed his instructions. It may not necessarily be a fight and a killing. You have nothing to do in your spare time, so please take it as a good thing, and you can make a living by gambling. The king followed his instructions. Once he was tame, his master ordered him to go to the streets to gamble with wine and food. The quail was so strong that he always won. The master was happy. He awarded the king with gold and made him gamble with his children, winning 3 out of 3 battles. After half a year, I accumulated 20 gold, which made me feel relieved and looked upon the crane as my destiny. First of all, the eldest prince loves quails. Every time the value of the quails goes up, he often lets the people take the quails into his residence. The master said to the king, "Now it is appropriate to establish a great wealth. What is unknown is the fate of the son." Because he told him, he followed him. He said, "If you lose, you will be dejected. If there is even 1 quail out of 10 that wins, the king will definitely want to take advantage of it. You should not respond. If you are strong, you should look forward to it, wait for your approval, and then respond." The king said, "No." When they arrived at the residence, the quails were rubbing their shoulders under the tree. After a while, the king came out of the palace. He announced to the left and right, "If you are willing to fight, come forward." That is, a man came in with a quail. The king ordered the quails to be released, and the guests also released them. After a little hesitation, the guest quail was defeated. The king laughed. After a short while, several people were defeated. The master said, "That's all right." Both prime ministers and generals ascended. Wang Xianji said, "The eyes have angry pulses." This kind of strong feather should not be underestimated. The one who was ordered to take the iron beak should be the one. He leaped again and again, but the king's quail was defeated. He chose the best one, and it was easy to be defeated again. The king hurriedly ordered to take the jade quail from the palace. It came out in a short time, with plain feathers like a heron, and an extraordinary horse. Wang Qing was discouraged, so he knelt down and begged, saying, "The king's quail is a sacred animal. He may hurt my bird and lose my career." The king laughed and said, "If you let him escape from the fight and die, you should be compensated generously." Qingnai said, "Let it go." Jade quail ran straight towards it. And the jade quail is coming. Then lie down like an angry chicken and wait for him. If the jade quail has a strong beak, it will rise like a flying crane to strike it. Advancing and retreating, the stalemate lasts for about 1 volt. The jade quail gradually becomes lax, but its anger becomes stronger and its fight becomes more urgent. After a while, the snow feathers fell off, and he flew away with his wings down. Thousands of people watched, but they couldn't help but sigh in envy. The king asked for it and held it himself, pecked it from claw to claw, examined the quail, and asked Cheng, "Can the quail be sold?" The answer was, "The villain has no permanent property, and he depends on each other for his life, and he does not want to sell it." The king said, "Give you great value." The product of the middleman can lead to it. Quite willing. Qingyu thought about it for a long time and said, "I don't like it at all." Since King Gu likes it, what else do you want if he only wants to make the villain get food, clothing, and property? The king asked directly and replied with 1,000 pieces of gold. The king laughed and said, "Foolish man. How can this treasure be worth 1,000 pieces of gold?" Cheng said, "The king does not think it is a treasure, but I think it is no more than a jade for a city." The king said, "How?" Said, "If you put your hand in the market, you will get a few golds a day, and you can easily get a bucket of millet." A family of more than 10 people has no frozen index fingers. How can this be done? The king said, "If I don't lose each other, I will give you 200 gold." Cheng shook his head and added 100. Cheng looked at his master, but the master's expression remained motionless, so he said, "According to the king's order, please reduce the price by 100. The king said, "Stop it. Who is willing to exchange 900 for a quail?" The quail was ready to go. The king called and said, "The quails are here, and the actual price is 600. If you are willing, sell it, otherwise it will be lost." After becoming the master of Yomu, the master is still at ease. The wish is overflowing, but I am afraid of losing the time. Said, "Selling for this amount makes me feel really unhappy. But if the transaction fails, then violence will grow. If there is no self, it is just like the king's order. The king was happy and paid it by the scale. A bag of gold was given and came out. The master retorted, "No matter what I say, you are so anxious that you can't help yourself." No matter how little Jean Ji is, he still has 800 gold in his palm. After returning home, he threw the gold on the table and asked the master to take it for himself, but the master refused. He insisted on letting it go, but he accepted it straight away. Wang Ji pretended to return. When he got home, he described what he had done, and he came out with gold to celebrate. I was ordered to buy 300 acres of fertile farmland, build a house and make utensils, and my family turned out to be rich. Get up early and make the adults supervise the plowing and the women supervise the weaving. A little bit of sway, he always hesitated. The husband and wife are at peace with each other and dare not complain. After 3 years, the family became richer and richer, and I wanted to leave. The couple held it together. To the point of crying. The woman also stopped. Waiting for it at dawn, it has disappeared. Ishur said, "All wealth comes from hard work, but this only comes from laziness, which is also a creation of knowledge." I don't know that poverty is so deep that one's nature will not change. This is why heaven initially abandoned him but ended up pitying him. How can there be wealth in laziness? Volume 1, Qingfeng. The Gung family in Taiyuan, so they have a grand house. After the Lingyi, there were many buildings, which were semi-empty and abandoned. Due to strange things happening, the door of the hall often opened and closed, and the family was always in a panic at night. Gung worried about it and moved to a villa, leaving an old man behind. It is very beneficial to be desolate, and you may hear the sound of laughter, singing, and blowing. Gung Yutsomzi cured his illness. He was wild and unruly, so he told me to tell him if he heard anything. At night, I saw the lights on the building go on and off, so I went to report my death. When the desire comes into sight, it is different, but it stops and does not listen. The familiar knowledge of the door is unexpectedly pulling out the wormwood and twisting into it. Climb the stairs. It was no different at first. Walking through the building, you can hear people talking. Peeking in, I saw 2 huge candles burning, bright as day. An old man with a Confucian crown sits facing south, facing a woman, both in their 40s. A young man facing the east may be worth 20. The girl on the right. As talented as hairpin ears. The table was filled with bottles of wine, and people sat around laughing. The student rushed in and shouted with a smile, "We have an uninvited guest." The group was frightened and ran away. Dusu was surprised and asked, "Who can enter the boudoir?" Sheng said, "This is my house, you can occupy it. I want you to drink the wine yourself." Isn't it too stingy not to invite the host? The old man examined it and said, "You are not the master." Sheng said, "I am crazy to beg Gung Chu Bing, and the master follows the heir." The old man saluted and said, "I have admired Shan Do for a long time." When he bowed his head and came in, he called his family to prepare a meal, and then he stopped. The old man is a guest. Sheng said, we have a family, and we have no need to avoid guests. We also pray for drinks. The old man called, filial son. The Russian young man came in from outside. The old man said, this is a dolphin. He sat down and looked at the family for a while. The old man said to himself, the surname of Yijuan is who? Sheng Suhao. When talking about romance, the filial son is also suave, and when he talks, he is elegant and loving. He was 21 years old, and his elder brother was 2 years old, because of his younger brother. The old man said, I heard that my ancestors compiled Tushan Weizwen. Do you know it? The answer was, you know it. The old man said, I am a descendant of the Tushan clan. After the Tang dynasty, the genealogy can still be recalled. After the 5 dynasties, there is no biography. Fortunately, the young master came to teach me. The student briefly described the achievements of Zuiyu, the daughter of Tushan, with many embellishments and wonderful thoughts. The old man was very happy. He said to the concubine, I am fortunate to have heard something I have never heard of before. You are not someone else. You can invite my mother and Qingfeng to come and listen together, so that you can also know the virtues of my ancestors. The filial son entered the curtain. When I was young, a young girl came out and looked at her. She was so weak that she became coquettish. Autumn waves flow with wisdom, and there is no beauty like it in the world. The old man pointed to the old man and said, this is the old Jing. He also pointed to the girl, this green phoenix is like a woman to me. She is very intelligent and never forgets what she hears and sees, so she calls and listens to her. He drank while talking. Visit the girl. Stop and watch. When the woman realizes it, she bows her head. The man is secretly picking up the lotus hook, and the woman is hurriedly closing her feet, but she is not sullen. Sheng was in high spirits and couldn't control himself. He slapped the table and said, it's not easy to get a wife like this. It's not easy for the king of the south. I saw that Sheng was getting drunk and crazy. Go with the girl. Disappointment leads to resignation. But my heart is lingering, and I can't forget my love for Qingfeng. When the night comes again, the orchids and musk deer are still fragrant, waiting for the end of the night, silently coughing. He returned to his wife and wanted to live there with his family. Hope to meet you once. The wife disobeys. I went there by myself and read downstairs. At night, a ghost came in with his hair disheveled, his face as black as paint, and his eyes wide open. They smiled, rubbed the ink with their fingers and applied it themselves. They looked at each other brightly, and the ghost left in shame. The next night was deeper. I put out the candle and wanted to go to bed. If you get anxious and take a peek, the door will be half open. I heard the faint sound of footsteps, and candlelight came from the room. Looking at it, it looks like a green phoenix. Seeing life suddenly, he retreated in horror. The doors suddenly closed. Growing up, he knelt down and said, I don't avoid dangers when I'm young, but I really care about you. Fortunately, There is no one else, so I can shake hands and smile, and I won't regret it until I die. Nu Yao said, "We are deeply affectionate, don't you know that? But the uncle's training is strict. Dare not obey orders." Xinggu felt sad and said, "I don't dare to look at my skin, but seeing the color is enough." The woman seemed to agree, so she opened the gate and came out, grabbed his arm and dragged him. She was so happy that she went downstairs, hugged him and put her on his knees. The woman said, "Fortunately, we have been separated for a long time. After this night, it is useless to miss each other." Asked, "Why?" Said, "My uncle was afraid of the king, so he turned into a fierce ghost to scare me, but the king did not move. Now that he has settled in another place, the whole family has moved their belongings to their new home, but my concubine has stayed behind. It will be released tomorrow." He was about to leave and said, "I'm afraid my uncle will come back." The boy forced him to stop, and wanted to have fun with him. While he was discussing, the old man hid himself in. The woman was so ashamed that she couldn't bear to look at herself. She leaned on the bed with her arms folded, holding her belt in silence. The old man said angrily, "You bastard, you are insulting my family. If you don't leave quickly, you will be whipped and follow behind." The girl lowered her head and left in a hurry, and the old man also came out. Xingwei listened to it, scolded her, and heard Qingfeng wailing and sobbing. Sheng's heart felt like it was cut apart, and she said loudly, "The crime is in Shaoxing, how can I deal with Qingfeng? If you forgive Qingfeng, I am willing to bear the sword and the axe." After being silent for a long time, he went back to sleep. From then on, there was no more sound in the house. Uncle Sheng was surprised when he heard it, and he was willing to sell it to live there. It was not straight. He was so happy that he took his family and moved to Yen. It was very suitable to live here for more than a year. But I haven't even forgotten Qingfeng for a moment. I went to the tomb on the Qingming festival and came back. I saw the little fox heir, who was chased away by the dog. One of them threw himself into the wilderness and ran away, another one was on the road in a hurry, and when he saw a living being, but I haven't even forgotten Qingfeng for a moment. I went to the tomb on the Qingming festival and came back. I saw the little fox heir, who was chased away by the dog. One of them threw himself into the wilderness and ran away, another one was on the road in a hurry, and when he saw a living being, he cried sadly, and his ears were tied to his head, as if begging for help. If you take pity on him, he will carry him back home with his clothes on. Close the door and put it on the bed, and you will see a green phoenix. Great joy and condolences." The girl said, "It is appropriate to play with a servant, but this is a big disaster. If you are not a good husband, you will be buried in the belly of a dog. If you don't see anything different, you will hate it." Sheng said. The day-to-day thoughts are tied to the dreams of the soul. Seeing you as if you have found a rare treasure, why do you hate it? The woman said, "If this number of days is not overthrown, how can it be followed? Fortunately, my maid must say that my concubine is dead, and I can make a lasting agreement with you. Happy. Give it up." After more than 2 years of accumulation, I was studying at night when I was born, and my filial son suddenly came in. He dropped out of school and was surprised by the interrogation. Shao fell down on the ground and said sadly, "The king of the family is in trouble, and no one but the king can save him. I am afraid that I will not be accepted, so I am here." Asked, "What's the matter?" He said, "Does the young master know Mo Sanlang?" Said, "This is the son of my family." Shao said, "Tomorrow is about to pass. If you have a hunting fox with you, I hope you will keep it." Sheng said, "I'm worried about the shame downstairs, and I don't dare to know about other things. If you want to be effective, you must have Qing Feng come." Shao said with tears in her eyes, "Feng Mei has been dead in the wild for 3 years." Sheng brushed his clothes and said, "That's it, then the hatred is deep in my ears." Holding the scroll and chanting loudly, he paid no attention to it. The filial son got up, lost his voice in tears, covered his face and left. Born like a green phoenix, tell me why. The girl turned pale and asked, "Can I save her?" She said, "I'll save him if I save him. If I don't agree with my promise, I'll repay him by talking to him." The girl was happy and said, "I'm a young orphan, and I've established a relationship with my uncle. Although in the past, if you are convicted, it is your family Fan Inger." Sheng said, "It's true, but we can't be uninvolved. If you die, we will definitely not help each other." The woman smiled and said, "You can bear it." The next day, Mo Sanlang arrived, with a carved tiger and a very distinguished servant. The birth gate goes against it. I saw many birds, including a black fox. Bloody fur and leather. The skin and flesh are still warm when caressed. Then he entrusted his broken fur to beg for repairs. Don't hesitate to give the gift, pay Qingfeng as soon as you are born, and drink with the guests. After the guest left, the girl held the fox in her arms. After 3 days, it recovered and turned into an old man again. Lift your eyes and see the phoenix. Suspected of not being human. The woman described her feelings. The old man then bowed down and thanked him for his mistake. He said to his daughter, "I always said that you would not die, and now it is true." The woman said to Sheng, "You are missing my concubine, and I pray that you can live with me in the building, so that the concubine can apply for the privacy of returning food." I promised him. The old man said goodbye and left. At night, the whole family came together. From then on, they were like father and son in the family, and there was no more suspicion. When they were born, they stayed in the studio and talked about banquets together when they were filial children. When they gave birth to legitimate children, they gradually grew up. Then he sent Fu Ji to teach him well and to be a good teacher. Volume 1, Painted Skin. Wang Xing of Taiyuan was traveling early in the morning when he met a girl, running alone with her baby in her arms. It was very difficult to walk. He hurried to take advantage of her. She was a beautiful girl. Feeling love and joy, he asked, "Why walk alone all day and night?" The woman said, "If a person who practices the Tao cannot relieve his worries, why should he bother to ask? Xing said, why are you so worried? Maybe it can be done without hesitation. The girl said sadly, my parents are corrupt and I have concubines from rich families. Very jealous. Chow chow and chew humiliation in the evening are unworthy, and they will be far away. Asked, what? Said, those who are dying have no fixed place. Xing said, our hut is not far away, so it's useless to worry about it. The girl is happy to follow her. She carries her treasures from generation to generation and guides her to the same destination. The woman looked at the house and asked, why do you have no family? The answer was, Jair. The woman said, this is a good place. If you live in pity for your concubine, you must keep it a secret. She promised her. It is combined with sleeping. If you hide it in a secret room, no one will know about it after a few days. The student complained to his wife. My wife, Chen, was suspected to be everyone's concubine, so I tried to persuade her to send her away, but she refused to listen. Occasionally, when I was in the market, I met a Taoist priest and was astonished. Asked, where did you encounter it? The answer was, nothing. The Taoist said, you are surrounded by evil spirits, how can you say nothing? Xing Yulabai. The Taoist priest went away and said, what a confusion. There are those who do not realize that death is coming. I was born with strange words, so I was quite suspicious of the girl. Then I thought about the bright and beautiful people, how could they be monsters? I thought that the Taoist priests used the nightmare to hunt for food. No matter what, I went to the Zaman. No entry is allowed inside the door. If you are suspicious and cross the wall, the door will be closed. I tiptoed and peeked out of the window. I saw a ferocious ghost with a green face and teeth as sharp as a saw. He spread human skin on the couch and painted it with a colored pen. Just throw the pen. Lifting the skin like shaking clothes, draping it over the body, she transformed into a woman. Seeing this, he was greatly frightened and the beast crouched out. He was chasing the Taoist priest in a hurry, but he didn't know where he was going. They are everywhere, and when they encounter them in the wild, they kneel down and beg for help, please send them away. The Taoist said, this thing is also good and painful. Lifting the skin like shaking clothes, draping it over the body, she transformed into a woman. Seeing this, he was greatly frightened and the beast crouched out. He was chasing the Taoist priest in a hurry, but he didn't know where he was going. They are. As soon as I can find a replacement, I can't bear to harm his life. So he gave birth to a child with a fly whisk and ordered it to be hung on the door of the dormitory. He made a farewell appointment at the Qingdi temple. When he returned from birth, he did not dare to enter the fasting room, so he stayed in the inner room of the dormitory with the fly hanging. At about 1 o'clock, he heard the sound of the sword outside the door. I dare not peep, so my wife can peep at him. But when he saw a woman coming, he looked at the whisk and dared not come in. He stood up and gnashed his teeth, and then left after a long time. After a while, he came back and scolded me. The Taoist scared me, but in the end, would rather put it in my mouth and spit it out. Take it and smash it with a whisk. He entered through the door of the dormitory, climbed onto the birth bed, split the birth belly, and squeezed the birth heart away. Wife number. The maidservant entered the candle, alive and dead, with blood in her mouth. Chen Haiti didn't dare to say anything. Tomorrow I will send my younger brother Erlang to tell the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest said angrily. I pity him, but the devil dares you. That's when she gave birth to a younger brother. The woman had lost her place. Then she raised her head and looked around and said, Fortunately, I'm not far away. Asked, Whose family is in the south courtyard? Erlang said, This is what Shaoxing left behind. The Taoist said, Now you are here. Erlang was stunned, thinking it hadn't happened. The Taoist priest asked, Has there ever been an unknown person come? He replied, I went to the Qingdi temple early. If I don't know, I should go back and ask. After leaving for a while, he came back and said, It's true. One day in the morning here comes the woman. If you want to have a servant do the work for the servants, the people in the house will stop it and you will still be there. The Taoist said, That's it. Then he went with him. Standing in the center of the court with a wooden sword, he called out, Evil ghost. Give me the whisk. The woman was in the room, frightened and colorless, and wanted to escape when she went out. The Taoist priests attacked them one after another. The servant's human skin was scratched and peeled off, turning into a fierce ghost, lying down and howling like a pig. The Taoist priest pointed at his head with a wooden sword. The body turned into thick smoke and piled up on the ground. The Taoist took out a gourd, pulled out the plug, and placed it in the smoke. It's like taking in a breath from the mouth, and the smoke is gone in an instant. The Taoist stuffed his mouth into his bag. They all look at human skin, their facial features, limbs, and everything is complete. The Taoist priest rolled it up, making the sound of scrolls, but also bagged it, but wanted to leave. Mrs. Chen greeted her at the door, crying for a way to be resurrected. The Taoist priest cannot thank you. Chen Yi was so sad that he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The Taoist priest pondered and said, I have little skill and I honestly cannot raise the dead. I point to one person who may be able to do it. He asked, Who? He said, There is a crazy person in the market who is lying in the dirt. Try knocking and mourning. If you insult your wife wildly, please do not be angry. Erlang also learned this. He is a Taoist priest and went with his sister-in-law. He saw a beggar singing on the road, with mucus 3 feet away from his nose and filth. Don't go near him. Chen kneeled forward and walked forward. The beggar smiled and said, Does the beauty love me? I told him so. He laughed again and said, If a man is done with his husband, what is the point of living? Chen Gu felt sad and said, What a surprise. People die and beg for life from me, am I Yama? Angrily struck Chen with his stick, but Chen endured the pain. People in the city are gradually gathering like a crowd. The beggar coughed up a handful of phlegm and spit, raised it to Chen and kissed him, saying, Eat it. Chen's face was red and his face was red. He thought about the Taoist priest's advice, so he ate it forcefully. I feel it in my throat, as hard as a ball of cotton wool, rattling down and stopping in my chest. The beggar laughed and said, "The beauty loves me." Then he got up and gave up. Finally, enter the temple. I looked for him urgently, but I didn't know where he was. I searched back and forth, but there was no sign. I came back feeling ashamed and resentful. Not only mourning the tragic death of her husband, but also regretting the shame of eating and spitting. I bow my head and cry, wishing that I would die soon. Fong wanted to show his blood and collect his body, but his family members were waiting, and no one dared to approach. Chen held the corpse to collect his intestines, and then he cried. She cried hoarsely, felt like vomiting, and felt something knotted in her head, rushing out without a chance to look back. Has fallen into the cavity. Looking at it with surprise is the human heart, which jumps and jumps in the cavity, and the steam is steaming like smoke. Big difference. He quickly put his hands together and squeezed her with all his strength. If you don't relax enough, the chi will come out from the cracks. He tore the silk into pieces and tied it up quickly. He caressed the corpse with his hands, gradually warming it up, and covered it with his quilt. In the middle of the night, I looked up and breathed. Tianming is alive. He said, I was in a trance like a dream, but I felt a dull pain in my abdomen and ears. When I looked at the broken area, the scabs were like money, and I looked for recovery. Isher said. Stupid people. It's obviously a demon and I think it's beautiful. What a fool. You are obviously loyal but you think you are delusional. However, if you love someone's lust and fish for it, your wife will also eat someone's saliva and enjoy it. God's way is better. But those who are foolish and confused do not understand. Alas. Volume 1, Jar. There is a jar in the Chu family. The woman lives alone. She dreams of having sex with others. When she wakes up and touches her, she is like a little husband. Observing that her emotions are different from others, she knows that she is a fox. She gets out of bed soon. He passed away before the door was opened. At dusk, I invite you to accompany me. You have a son who is 10 years old. He has never been sleeping on a different couch, and he is still with you. It was late at night, and both my mother and son were asleep. The fox came back, and the woman murmured in her sleep. When I heard it, the fox went away. Naturally. The body suddenly seems to be dead. At night, I dare not turn off the candle, and the ring is not familiar. Late at night, my son and my wife leaned against the wall and took a nap. When they woke up, they lost their wives and thought that they had left something behind. After waiting for a long time, they didn't come, so they started to wonder. I was afraid and didn't dare to look for it. The child holds the fire and shines it all over. When he got to his room, his mother lay naked in it. He is not shy when he comes to support him. Then he went crazy, singing, crying, and shouting. When I was tired of living with others at night, I slept on another bed, and my son and I also sent them away. Every time a son hears his mother's laughter, he often gets angry. The mother was angry, but the son didn't care, because they worked together to strengthen their courage. However, there was no restraint in the play, and the day after day the people piled bricks and stones on the windows to stop them and refused to listen. Or remove a stone from it, and it will roll to the ground and cry sweetly, and no one dares to touch it with anger. After a few days, the two windows are completely blocked and there is no light. The holes are covered with mud and the walls are covered with mud. They camp all day long without worrying about their hard work. After smearing, there was nothing to do, so I sharpened the kitchen knife. Everyone who sees him hates his stubbornness and does not take it seriously. At night, the child hides the knife in his arms. Covering the lamp with a gourd, the mother-in-law murmured, and when she turned on the lamp in a hurry, men shouted. It was the same for a long time, so he left the door and threatened to pretend that he wanted to search. There was something like a raccoon running through the door. With a quick strike, only the tail was cut off, about 2 inches, and wet blood was still dripping from it. At first, when the lamp was turned on, the mother would scold her, but her son would not hear it. If he misses the hit, he goes to bed in regret. Although I am not ready to kill myself, I am lucky that it will not come. In the morning, I saw the blood stains had gone over the wall. Following the trace, he entered his garden. By night the fruit will be gone. The son was secretly happy, but the mother was so stupid that she lay as if dead. Not long after the Jia people returned, they went to the couch to ask questions. The woman scolded her and treated her like an enemy. The son reacted with his appearance, and the old man was frightened, so Yen took the medicine, and the woman scolded him with the purgative medicine. Put the medicine into the soup and drink it together, and you will feel better after a few days. The father and son were both happy. When they woke up one night, they found the missing wife in another room. As a result, she became upset again and did not want to live in the same room with her husband, so she went to another room in the evening. It is more beneficial to hold him back and scold him. One has no idea, so he will try his best to destroy him. The woman ran away. Then the door will be opened by itself, and we will be troubled by it. We will drive you away and prepare to arrive, but there will be no failure. At dusk, I sneaked into his garden and found the fox in the wilderness. The moon rises and I hear people talking. I called Pengku secretly and saw 2 people coming to drink. A long hyena slave holds a pot, and his clothes are old and brown. The words are all subtle and indistinguishable. While moving, I heard someone say, "Tomorrow I can get a bottle of white wine." They all left in a moment, leaving only the man alone, who took off his clothes and lay on the stone. Review it. A long hyena slave holds a pot, and his clothes are old and brown. The words are all subtle and indistinguishable. While moving, I heard someone say, "Tomorrow I can get a bottle of white wine." They all left in a moment, leaving only the man alone, who took off his clothes and lay on the stone. Review it. The limbs are like those of a human being, but the tail hangs down at the back. The child wants to return and is afraid that the fox will wake up, so it lies down all night. Before I knew it, I heard that the two men were coming back again, muttering into the bamboo bushes. The son is returning. When Wang asked where he was going, he replied, I'm staying at Abo's house. Shi followed his father into the market. When you see a foxtail hanging in a hat shop, beggars will buy it. The old man didn't care, and the son held his father's clothes and kissed him tenderly. Wang couldn't bear to pass the brush, so he went to the market. When his father was in a trading shop, his son teased him and took advantage of his father's attention to steal money and sell liquor to the shop. There is an uncle who lives in the city and is a hunter. His son runs to his home. Uncle, he came out. Jean asked her about her mother's illness and replied, It's been a while since I've been here for a few days. I was also angry and crying because of the mice eating my clothes, so I was sent to beg for medicine. Jean checked the cabinet and offered money to pay for the child. The son is young. Jean wants to make soup cakes. There was no one in the child's room, so he spontaneously wrapped the medicine in his arms and took it in his arms. He then told Jean not to raise a fire. My father is waiting in the market and he will not miss food. Then he went, hid some medicine in the wine, wandered around the market, and didn't return until dusk. When my father asked where he was, he asked me to stay at my uncle's house. My son is traveling around the world every day. One day I saw hyenas among the people. The child's examination is correct, and Inju ties it. Gradually I asked him where he lived, and he replied, Baitsuan. He also asked his son, and he said falsely, a cave. The long hyena makes it strange that it lives in a cave. The son laughed and said, I have lived in a cave for the rest of my life. Is it safe for you? The man was startled and asked about his surname. The son said, I am the son of the Hu family. Where have I ever seen you and your husband, and you have forgotten them? He was familiar with it, and he believed it and doubted it. The son slightly opened his clothes, revealing a little of his false tail, and said, My generation is mixed among people, but this thing is still there, and it is hateful. The man asked, What do you want to do in the market? The son said, Father sent me a message. I'll sell it. The other person also told him to buy it. The son asked, Have you been here yet? He said, Many of my friends are poor, so we often steal a lot. The son said, This battle is also good and hard, and I am worried and worried. The man said, I was sent by my master and had no choice but to do so. Because he asked, Who is the master? He said, That's the two brothers I saw in the past. A private wife of the Wang family in Bagua. One night at a certain man's house in the East Village. The Wang family's son was so evil that his tail was docked. It lasted 10 days until the scab began to grow, and now he is gone again. He was about to say goodbye and said, Don't miss me. The son said, It is not as difficult to steal as it is easy to sell. I'll send it to the gallery first, as a gift. I still have some money left in my pocket, so I don't have to worry about selling it. The man felt ashamed and had nothing to repay. The son said, I am of the same kind, why should I be so embarrassed? In my spare time, I should have a drink with you. Then he went with him, took wine and gave it to him, and then returned. At night, my mother actually slept peacefully and stopped running. Knowing something was wrong, he told his father and went together to check it out. 2 foxes died on the pavilion and 1 died in the grass. There was still blood coming out of the beak. The wine bottle is still there. If you hold it and shake it, it is not empty. My father was surprised and asked, "Why not report it early?" The son said, "This thing is the most spiritual. Once it is released, the other party will know it." When she said, "My son is asking for help from Ping, the fox." Then the father and son returned home with a lotus fox. They saw a fox with half a bald tail and sharp knife marks. He then found peace. But the woman was extremely infertile. My mind gradually became clear, but I had a cough and vomited several liters of phlegm, and I was looking for recovery. The wife of the Wang family in Bagua was haunted by foxes. When she asked about it, the fox disappeared and her illness was cured. Wang was surprised by this and taught him how to ride and shoot. Later he was promoted to Zongrong. Volume 1, Snake Fetish. Wang Puling's servant Lu Fengming was addicted to snakes. Whenever you get a small snake, swallow it whole like eating an onion. Use a knife to cut off the big snake inch by inch, then scoop it up and eat it. If you chew it loudly, it will be stained with blood. And good at smelling. I tasted the scent of snakes across the wall and hurried outside the wall, only to find snakes as large as a foot. When there is no sword, I bite its head first, while the tail is still winding around the mouth. Volume 2, Jin Shicheng. Jin Shicheng, a native of Changshan, has a bad character. Suddenly he became a monk and became a tutu. Like Dian, eating unclean food is considered beautiful. Dogs and sheep lay in front of them, and they often fell down to eat them. Called himself Buddha. Foolish women behave differently, and there are thousands of them who hold disciples' rights. Jin he makes food arrows, and no one dares to disobey. Building a palace is expensive. People enjoy losing. The city ordered Nan Gong to hate his strange behavior and beat him, so that he could build a holy temple. The disciples said to each other, "Buddha is in trouble." They scrambled to rescue him. The palace was built in 10 months, and its collection of money was especially effective in chasing after the cruel officials. Isher said, "I have heard of the Jin Taoist, and everyone calls him by his name, saying that he has become a Buddha in this life. His taste is extremely filthy, and it is extremely filthy. A whipping is not enough to humiliate, but an appropriate punishment can help. Nan Ling Gong, what a good way to deal with it." However, it would be shameful for a scholar bureaucrat to have his academic palace collapsed and become troubled by evil ways. Volume 2, Dongsheng. Dongsheng's word is reverie. I live in the west of Qingzhou. In the dusk of the winter moon, the quilt is spread out on the couch and the charcoal is burning. Just put the bonfire lamp. It was a good time to invite friends to drink, so I went to the house. When I arrived at the friend's place, there was a doctor sitting there who was good at Tai Su pulse and was treating all the guests. At the end of the period, Wang Shengjusi and Dong said, "I have read that there are many people, and the pulses are not as strange as those of the two kings. The noble pulses have the sign of being low. The longevity pulse has the effect of promoting symptoms, which I dare not know. However, Dong Jun is really serious." We were all surprised and asked. He said, "I am still at my wits' end so far that I don't dare to make any assumptions. I hope you too will be careful." The two of them were very shocked when they first heard about it, so they spoke ambiguously. Don't care. When Dong returned home in the middle of the night, he saw that the Zhai door was ajar, and he was very suspicious. When I was drunk, I recalled that I was in a hurry when I had to go, so I forgot to click the key. When entering a room, do not forget about the blazing fire. First, put your hands into the quilt to see if it is warm. As soon as I stepped in, I found someone lying there. Shocked, he held his hands back. The one who is in a hurry turns out to be Shuli, with a childlike face and teeth, no different from a fairy. In ecstasy, if you explore your lower body, your hair and tail will be smooth. Great fear, wanting to escape. The girl had woken up, grabbed the living arm, and asked, "Where are you going?" Dong Yi was frightened and begged tremblingly, "Please beg for mercy." The woman laughed and said, "What do you see that makes you afraid of me?" Dong said, "I am not afraid of the head but the tail." The woman laughed again and said, "You are mistaken. Where is the tail?" Dong was lured and forced to investigate again. "Then the thigh meat will be like fat, and the bones of the thigh will be like a child's." He smiled and said, "What?" He was drunk and hazy, and he didn't know where he was, so he falsely accused people of this. Dong Gu was delighted with her beauty, and now he was puzzled. He blamed himself for Rant's mistake, but he suspected that there was no reason for her coming. The woman said, "Don't you remember the yellow-haired girl next door to the east? It has been 10 years since I was a settler. At that time, I didn't have my hair straight, you also had your hair down." Dong suddenly said, "Qing zhou soy." The woman said, "Yes." Dong said, "I seem to remember what you said. It has been 10 years since I was a settler. At that time, I didn't have my hair straight, you also had your hair down." Dong suddenly said, "Qing zhou soy." The woman said, "Yes." Dong said, "I seem to remember what you said. 10 years no see. So slim. How could he come so suddenly?" The girl said, "I have been a madman for 4 or 5 years. My husband and I passed away one after another, and unfortunately I became Wenjun. I am left alone with no one to rely on. I recall that I knew you when I was a child, so I came to meet you. It's late to get started." The person invited to drink arrived at the right time, so he lurked and waited for your return. After waiting for a long time, my muscles were frozen, so I used the quilt to warm my ears. Fortunately, there was no doubt. Dong Shi, we took off our clothes and slept together, feeling very contented. After more than a month, I was getting thinner and thinner, and my family asked strange questions. He talks without knowing it. Over time, the face becomes more and more fragmented, which is a sign of fear. Those who restore the good pulse will diagnose it. The doctor said, "This is a demonic pulse." I checked the symptoms of his death the day before yesterday, and the disease cannot be treated. Dongda couldn't go away from crying, so the doctor had no choice but to use acupuncture and moxibustion on his navel. And give medicine as a gift. He said, "If you encounter anything, use all your strength to stop it." Dong Yi was in danger. After returning home, the woman smiled and asked for him. He ran away and said, "Don't get entangled with each other again. I'll go and die." He left without caring. The girl was so ashamed that she said angrily, "You still want to give birth?" At night, Dong took medicine and went to bed alone. He just had his eyelashes crossed. He dreamed of having sex with a girl. When he woke up, he had already left his body. He was frightened, so he moved his bed inside, and his wife and son guarded it. The dream is the same as before, and the woman I glimpsed has lost her place. After several days, Dong vomited blood and died. Wang Jusi was in his studio when he saw a woman coming. He was pleased with her beauty and kept her private. The interrogation came from him and he said, "I am thinking about my neighbor. I used to be kind to me, but I don't want to die because of Fox confusion. The evil spirits of this generation are frightening, and scholars should be careful to guard against them." Wang Yi admired him and treated him happily. After living there for several days, he was confused and sick. Suddenly he dreamed of Dong, saying, "The fox who likes you is a fox. He wants to kill me, and he wants to kill my friend. I have complained to the underworld to vent my anger. On the night of 7 days, I will burn incense outdoor. Don't forget. It will be different when I wake up." He said to the woman, "I am very ill. I am afraid that I will live in a ravine, or I will advise you not to stay in the house." The woman said, "If you have a life, you will live as long as you live. If you don't live long, you will die if you don't live." Sitting and teasing, the king's heart could not control himself and became chaotic, and he regretted it. But it cannot be eliminated. At dusk, when I put incense on the door, a woman came to pull it out and throw it away. At night, I dreamed that Dong came and shouted that he had violated his instructions. The next night, he secretly asked his family to hide the incense stick outside after going to bed. The girl was on the couch and suddenly said in surprise, "I've put some incense here again." Wang Yan didn't know. The woman was anxious to get the fragrance, but then she destroyed it. He asked, "Who taught you to do this?" The king said, "Maybe the family members are worried about illness, and they are tired of listening to the witchcraft." The girl was worried and unhappy. The family secretly watched the incense go out and burned it again. The woman suddenly sighed and said, "You are blessed with good fortune." I mistakenly hurt my reverie and ran away. If it is my fault, I will put him and me in the underworld. If you don't forget your good fortune, don't damage my skin. He wandered around and stayed on the bed, fell to the ground and died. He was holding a candle, as if he were a fox. He was still afraid of his life, so he suddenly called his family. Peel off its leather and hang it. The king was seriously ill. When he saw the fox, he said, I appealed to Fa Chao. Fa Chao said that Mr. Dong acted upon seeing lust and should die for his crime. But I shouldn't have deceived people to blame. I went after the golden elixir and ordered him to return to life. Where is the skin, say? Unknown to his family, he has already escaped. Who said miserably, I have killed many people. It's too late to die now, so bear with me. He left with hatred. The king's illness was almost critical, and he was suffering from scabies for half a year. Volume 2, Gangshire. Xinsheng Wang Qinwen Taiwan's family had a surname of Wang from Yu. He first came to Laoshan to learn Taoism. For a long time, he did not eat fire, but ate pine nuts and white stones. Hairy all over. A few years later, in memory of my mother, she returned home and gradually resumed eating fire, eating stones as before. Looking at it towards the sun, one can know the sweetness, bitterness, sourness and saltiness of the stone, just like eating taro. After my mother died, I returned to the mountains for another 17 or 8 years. Volume 2, Temple Ghost. The latter was the great-grandson of Fong Bo Zhongyu Gong Xiankuan, the king of all the students in Xinsheng. I saw a woman entering the house. She was plump and dark-looking. Sitting close to the couch with a smile is very obscene. The king refused and refused to go. From this I see it frequently while sitting or lying down, but my mind is firm and never wavers. The woman was angry and made a sound on her cheek, but it was not painful. The woman hung her belt from the beam and hanged her with him. Unconsciously, the king threw himself under the beam and stretched his neck to hang himself. Even if a person sees his feet lifted off the ground and standing erect in the middle, he will not be able to die. Since he was sick, he suddenly said, he will throw himself into the river with me. Watching the river running wildly, it stops when you drag it. There are so many treatments, and they are done several times a day, but the medicine has no effect. One day, he suddenly saw a warrior coming in with his clothes tied up, and angrily shouted, "How dare you disturb the simple and sincere man?" That is, the woman's neck came out from the lattice. Just arrived outside the window. The woman no longer had a human form, her eyes flashed with lightning, and her mouth was bleeding as red as a basin. I recall that there were 4 clay ghosts in the Qinghuang temple, one of which was incomparable. So the disease is lost. Volume 2, Lu Pian. Lingyang Zhu Erden, also known as Xiao Ming, was bold in nature but dull in nature. Although he is diligent in learning, he is not yet famous. One day, when the people in the Wen society were drinking, some people said in a play, "You have a great reputation, and you can carry the judge to the left corridor of the 10 Kings' palace late at night." Everyone prepares a banquet for a feast. There is a 10 Kings' palace in Galingyang, and the gods and ghosts are all carved out of wood. The makeup is as beautiful as life. There is a judge in the east veranda, with a green face and red beard, and his appearance is particularly vicious. Or at night, I heard the sound of being tortured under the 2 corridors. The hair of those who entered was standing on end, so everyone was embarrassed by this. Zhu laughed and walked away. Wherever I lived, I shouted outside the door. I invite Master Beard to arrive. The crowd rose up. The Russians came in, placed them on a few tables, and served 3 cups of wine. Everyone saw this and shrank from sitting still, so they still asked to go. Zhu poured the wine into the ground again and congratulated, "The disciples are crazy and illiterate." Grand Master is not surprised. The desolate house is far away, and they come together to find a drink. Fortunately, it is not a boarder. So he walked away. The next day, people invited people to drink. At dusk, he returned half drunk. Before he was too late, he lit a lamp and drank alone. Suddenly, someone came in and looked at him. Then the judge. He stood up and said, "Hey, I'm about to die. I was blasphemous the night before, so why don't you add an axe?" The judge with a thick beard smiled and said, "No. Yesterday, we made a high righteous agreement, and I have free time at night to respect the master." Appointment. Zhu Daiyue, holding on to his clothes, sat down. Start the washing machine and light the fire. The judgment said, "The way of heaven is gentle, you can drink it cold." Zhu Ruming put it on the bottle table. I rushed to tell my family to cure the disease, but my wife was horrified when she heard about it and refused to go out. Zhu refused to listen and ordered the instrument to come out. After Yijan exchanged favors, he asked about his surname. He said, "My surname is Liu, but I don't have a given name." When we talked about illusions, the responses were as loud as a bell. Asked, "Do you know the craftsmanship?" He said, "Yinyuan also knows a lot about it." The chanting of the Yin dynasty is roughly the same as that of the Yang dynasty. Liu Hao drank and drank 10 glasses of wine in one fell swoop. Zhu Yin drank every day. Then I didn't realize that the Jade Mountain was slumped, and I fell asleep for several times. When you wake up, the remaining candle will be dim and the ghost guest has gone. Since they come every 3 or 2 days, the relationship becomes more and more harmonious, and they arrive and lie down. Zhu Xianchuan's manuscript and Lu Yuan's manuscript were all bad reviews. After a night of drunkenness, Zhu went to bed first, while Lu Yu drank by himself. Suddenly, in a drunken dream, I felt slight pain in my viscera and abdomen. When he woke up and looked at it, he saw Lu Wei sitting in front of the bed, breaking the cavity and expelling the intestines and stomach, sorting them out. He said in astonishment, "I have no grudges, so how can I be killed on sight?" Lu Xiaoyun said, "Don't be afraid. Junihue and I have a heart-to-heart. After containing the intestines, combine them, and then tie the waist with a foot-binding cloth. After the effect, there is no blood on the bed, and I feel less numbness in the abdomen." I saw Lu placing the meat on the table and asked about it. He said, "This king's heart also. If you don't write quickly, you will know that your ears are blocked by your hair. It is suitable to be in the underworld, among thousands of hearts. I choose the best one, change it for you, and keep it to make up for the missing number." Then he got up and closed the door. When the day dawned, he saw that the wound had been closed. Those with lines and red are there. Since I have made great progress in literary thinking, I will never forget it. A few days later, another manuscript was sent to Lu, who said, "That's fine. But you are not blessed enough to show your dignity. It's just a matter of township or department." He asked, "When?" He said, "I will be the leader this year. Soon." The champion of the scientific examination, the first prize in the autumn fruit. The students in the same society teased him, and when they saw Wei Mo, they looked at each other in shock. After careful inquiry, they realized the difference. We ask for Zhu's introduction and are willing to accept it and deliver it to the mainland. Lu Nuaji. Everyone is waiting for it. When Lu arrived at the beginning of the watch, his red beard was vivid and his eyes were as bright as lightning. The crowd is vast and colorless, their teeth are about to strike each other, and they are gradually drawn away. Zhu Nai brought Lu back to drink, and after getting drunk, Zhu said, "I've been given a lot of rewards by scratching my intestines and cutting my stomach. There's still one thing that bothers me. Not sure if that's possible?" Lu then asked for orders. Zhu said, "The heart can be changed, and the appearance can also be changed. For a person with knotted hair, his lower body is not bad, but his appearance is not very beautiful. If you want to trouble you with your sword and axe, how about it?" Lu Xiao said, "No. Let Su take a picture." A few days later, there was a knock on the door in the middle of the night. Zhu Ji got up and extended in, candled it, and saw something wrapped in his lapel. He interrogated him and said, "As you have ordered me to look for you in a difficult situation, I have found a beautiful head, so I will repay your orders." Zhu looked around and saw that the blood in his neck was still wet. Lu Li urged to rush in. "Don't scare the birds and dogs." Zhu Lu's door was closed at night. Lu Ji pushed the door with his hand and it opened by itself. Leading to the bedroom, he saw his wife sleeping on her side. Lu gave Zhu Baoji his head, and a white blade like a dagger came out of his boots and pressed it against his wife's neck. The force is as strong as cutting the rot, and it is solved easily, and the head is lying on the side of the pillow. Anxious to Zhu Huai, he took the beauty's head and put it on her neck, examined it carefully, and then suppressed it. He moved the pillow to his shoulders and ordered Zhu Shi to go to a quiet place. When Zhu's wife woke up, she felt a slight numbness in her neck, a bruise on her cheek, and blood smears when rubbed. Very frightened, he called his maid to take a shower. When the maid saw that the blood was in a mess, she was so shocked that the water in the basin turned red. Raising his hand, he was completely different and horrified. The lady looked at herself in the mirror. He was stunned and couldn't explain himself, so Zhu Ru told him, "If you look closely again and again, you will see that the long eyebrows cover the temples and the smile touches the cheekbones, just like the person in the painting." After untying and inspecting, there is a red line all around, and the upper and lower flesh colors are completely different. First, Wu Shiyu had a very beautiful daughter who lost her 2 husbands before she got married, so she was 19 years old and still had not married. When Shang Yuan visited the palace of 10 kings, there were many tourists, and there were scoundrels and thieves inside who took a look at the palace and found it attractive. So they secretly visited the house, took a ladder at night, and entered the cave to sleep in the door. He killed a maid under the bed and forced the girl to have sex with her. The girl refused and shouted, so the thief killed her in anger. Mrs. Wu heard the noise slightly and asked her maid to look at the corpse. She was horrified to see the corpse. The whole family gathered together and placed their heads next to each other in the mortuary hall, with a door blaring a trumpet. Turbulent all night long. When the quilt is lifted, the body will be there but the head will be lost. They beat all the maids all over, saying that the defense was not strong, and they were buried in the belly of dogs. The imperial attendant informed the county that the county had strict restrictions on catching thieves, and the criminals would not be able to catch them in 3 months. Gradually, there were rumors about Duke Wu being replaced by the Zhu family. Wu suspected it and sent his wife to explore his home. When he came to see his wife, he left in horror to tell Duke Wu. The public view of the female corpse is still there, and there is no way to make a decision for oneself in shock. Guessing that Zhu killed the girl in the wrong way, he went to question Zhu. Zhu said, "A man in the house dreamed of having his head changed, but I really don't understand why. It's wrong to say that the servant killed him." Wu didn't believe it and sued him. Collecting family members and bowing to him, just as the Lord said, the county guard could not decide. Zhu Gui came to the mainland to seek advice. Lu said, "It's not difficult. Let the girl speak for herself." Wu Yimengnu said, "My son was killed by Su Shiyang Danian, not Zhu Xiaoyan. He did not love his wife, so Judge Lu took the son's head and exchanged it with her, so that the son's body died and his head was born. Please don't hate each other. Wake up, madam, it's the same dream." It is said to the official. The result of the inquiry was Yang Danian. If you hold on to it with a weapon, you will be punished. Wu Nai went to Zhu and asked to see his wife, so he became Wang's son-in-law. So he was buried with Zhu's wife's head and her body. When Zhu San entered the ceremonial palace, he was released according to the rules of the court, so he became discouraged and became an official. After 30 years of accumulation, one night Lu told him, "Your life will not last forever." When asked about the period, he was told 5 days. "Can we save each other?" He said, "It is only God's destiny. How can people be selfish?" If a wise person looks at it, life and death are separate. Why should life be joy and death be sorrow? Zhu thought so he made a quilt and a coffin. After finishing it, he put on the clothes and disappeared. The next day, Madame Fong supported the coffin and cried, and Zhu suddenly came from outside. Madame was afraid. Zhu said, "I am a true ghost, and I am no different from the time of my birth. I am a widowed mother and an orphan, and I love my ears. The lady was in mourning and shed tears, and Zhu Yi comforted her. The lady said, in ancient times, there was a saying about rebirth. Since you have a spirit, why not be reborn? Zhu said. The number of days cannot be violated. Asked, what are you doing in the underworld? He said, Picker Lu recommended me to supervise the case affairs. I will receive an official title and will have no trouble. The lady wanted to speak again, but Zhu said, Pan Lu is coming with me. We can prepare a banquet. Come out. The lady made preparations as she was told. But when I heard the laughter in the room, I was bright and loud, just like before I was alive. I peeked at it in the middle of the night, but it was gone. Since he comes here every few days, sometimes he stays overnight and takes care of things at home. When Zi Weifang was 5 years old, he would often catch and hug him. When he was 7 or 8 years old, he would be taught to read under the lamp. Zi Hui was able to write at the age of 9. He entered the countryside at the age of 15, but he did not know that he had no father. From then on, they gradually drifted apart, until the sun and the moon came to an end. Another night he came to call his wife and said, Now I say goodbye to you forever. He asked, Where are you going? He said, I have been ordered by the emperor to serve as Taihuaqing. I am about to go far away, but troubles have separated us, so I can't come. The mother and son held on. He cried and said, No. The child has been established. The family can still survive, but how can it be possible to survive for 100 years? Guzi said, Be a good person and don't fall into the trap of your father. We met after 10 years. He went straight out, so he died. On the 25th, Ho Wei was promoted to Jinshi and became an official. I was ordered to offer sacrifices to the Taoist scriptures of Huashan Mountains and Huayin. Suddenly, a messenger followed Yu Bao and rushed to Lubo. Surprised. Looking at the people in the car, his father got out of the car and fell to the left crying. My father stopped and said, The official reputation is good, I will close my eyes. Wei couldn't afford to lie down. Zhu promoted Yuxing. Hua Qi ignores it. After taking a few steps and looking back, he saw that he was wearing a saber and sent someone to hold it as a gift. Yao Yu said, If you wear it, it will be valuable. Wei wanted to follow him, but he saw that the horse and the man were drifting like the wind and disappeared in an instant. I hated it for a long time. Pull out the knife and look at it, it's extremely fine workmanship. A line of inscriptions was engraved, saying, The courage is great but the heart is small, the wisdom is round but the conduct is square. Wei Hoguan came to Sima. When 5 sons were born, they were called Shen, Qian, Mu, Han, and Shen. One night, my father said in a dream, It is better to give Han a sword as a gift. Follow that. Hanshi is the general constitution and has political voice. Isher said, Breaking a crane and resembling a duck is a false pretense. Replacement of flowers and trees, the original creator is amazing. What's more, what if you add a chisel to the heart and liver, and apply a knife to the neck? Lu Gong. It can be said that the skin is wrapped in the bones. From the Ming dynasty to the present, the year is not far away. Does Lu Gong of Lingyang still exist? Is there still spirit? Holding the whip for him, I admire him very much. Volume 2, Ing Ning. Prince Fu, from Luodian, Juji. He was alone at an early age, extremely intelligent, and entered Pan at the age of 14. My mother loved it most and would not let her go out into the countryside. I hired the Shao family, but she died before marrying, so I didn't get married. During the Yuan festival, my uncle's son Wu Xing invited me to watch the Yuan dynasty together, and then we went to the outside of the village. My uncle's servants came to summon Wu. I saw a wandering girl like a cloud, taking advantage of the excitement to travel alone. There is a girl with a maid, holding a plum blossom. Her beauty is unparalleled, and her smile is charming. His attention was fixed, but he forgot his scruples. The girl went over to Count Wu, and Gu's maidservant smiled and said, "This guy's eyes are burning like a thief." On the ground where the flowers were left, the laughter disappeared. I felt sad when I picked up the flowers, lost my soul, and returned home dejected. When I got home, I hid the flowers on the bottom of my pillow, and fell asleep with my head bowed, neither talking nor eating. The mother was worried, and the Jiao Jia made the drama more interesting. Muscle leather is sharply reduced. The doctor diagnoses and administers medication, all at once in a blur. The mother asked why, but she didn't answer in silence. When Wu was born, he asked him to secretly interrogate him. When Wu came to the couch, he shed tears after seeing him. Wu went to the couch to console himself, and gradually began to investigate. The living things tell the truth, and seek to draw. Wu Shao said, "You are also crazy. What is the difficulty in fulfilling this wish? I will visit him in the future. Walking in the wilderness, he must not be from an aristocratic family. If he has no words, things are harmonious. Otherwise, if you try to bribe him heavily, your plan will definitely come true. But it is up to me to be cured." When I heard about it, I didn't realize it. Wu went out to report to his mother, and he was looking for a girl to live in. However, the visit was poor, and there was no trace. The mother was worried and had nothing to do. However, after Wu left, Yen suddenly opened up, and his food also improved slightly. A few days later, Wu came back and asked about his plans. Wu Qingji said, "I've got it. I thought that so-and-so was my aunt's daughter, that is, Jun's aunt,